Welcome! If you're joining us, thanks so much for Ride or Die, session 41!
41, ride or die. Almost dead last
Yeah!
time.
We'll get super pumped. You did die.
You absolutely died.
You
Yeah, you were
absolutely died.
100% dead.
100%
Intestines hanging out.
dead.
It was pretty rough.
I don't know about intestines hanging out, but okay. I mean,
Well, you were
This is-
naked, so something was hanging out.
You were
Yeah.
naked, so something was
That's
hanging
fair.
out. All right, so I'm going to cue some ambiance because there's rain kind of falling through the whole of the temple, and then I'll cue like a rain on roof type effect here. And then there is a slight, I would say, crowd noise as well. So create a little small crowd. I'll tone that really far down because that's on the outside, right? There's like a crowd outside the temple right now in the courtyard. It faces on the main road. Okay, so going through the recap here, session 40. We had actually left the Lump and Stump Tavern. We headed in the direction of the temple, courtesy of Priest Emily barging into the tavern super late and calling out, "Hey, where's Marlin? Oh!" You discovered that Priest Emily Goldbelly had been attacked and that it was some creature. Priest Emily Goldbelly was alive, but near death. You were able to stabilize and then from there track the creature. Encountering in the middle of the Smallwood, this deciduous forest that's very sparse, many different sorts of streams and tributaries and stuff, hunters and trappers, right? It's alive, small, medium-sized game. You found this like old lady that was like crouched down on a stream that was washing clothes and then had a pot that they're filling with water. They later named themselves Ulissa, and then they took you back to a cottage. The cottage was a trap. Might not have intended to be a trap, but it was turned into a trap as there was a notable amount of creatures upon entering into the building that probably became invisible. These creatures were tall, medium-sized humanoids with grayish skin, long crooked nose, like grayish black hair that's been dreaded down and matted, and they had this innate magic about themselves as well. One of the facets, a little bit homebrew, I do want to state for the record, is that these creatures normally don't leave any trace when they're invisible. Just an FYI. I don't play particularly that way because I think it's a little bit unfair to have a creature be invisible and also make no tracks at all. I think that's really ridiculous. So these creatures revealed themselves upon using magic as well as their other attacks and their abilities, right? So definitely caught off guard. But then after the fight had transpired, it began to kind of turn. You had to change really to your favor when you almost like reversed it back on them. Unfortunately, one of the characters here, Ares, had succumbed to death before the finality can be concluded of the creature's deaths. And from there, Ares, you were brought back on the tail of a T-Rex to Fort Farron. And you were placed onto the altar of the temple here. This stone, very traditional chapel-like structure building. The crowd forming in the courtyard. Soldiers already here. Priest Emily up on the feet. And then from there, you were brought to a place that felt in between. It was not necessarily Paylor's domain. This is most commonly referred to as a stairway to the Celestials. There's actually a term for it, but there's a kind of a thing that kind of crests through the astral sea in terms of cosmology, and that goes into Celestial domain. And you're almost like placed in this in-between state where you were able to pass through. Paylor had explained some things, and that actually took a great amount of effort to intervene on your behalf, to almost catch your spirit and your soul in mid-transition, to extend the favor of life back to you, what you have done for them, obviously indirectly. They used language that was very inspiring, right? They were very much willing for you to pass through, stating in your life that you have gone through pain, suffering, right? And that you've done enough. But if you want to continue the quest, if you want to continue your life, and you feel that yourself you haven't done enough, that they can place you back. they can put you back. We rolled the dice for this great intervention, which is an extremely typical D&D thing to do. Roll for everything. And you have awoken with breath. The rest of the party, you had observed this beam of light coming down across the roof. It has kind of shattered, vaporized of the stone of this radiant light as it crested through the heavens, and then you had your friend gain breath. Your friend then has gotten up from the altar, taking this breath, and Priest Dumbly has referred to them as a saint. Now, a saint in Dungeons and Dragons is not a saint like in, modern day religion here in real life. It's more of a holy warrior in context. A saint would be some holy warrior that a celestial would create as some servant, somebody that can help them and things. So when you think about in language of this group, right, being instructed a little bit about the original century of the creation, you might imagine that some of the creations of Pelor, the most devoted, were actually saints back in that creationism type period. Okay, so we're now talking a little about Merlin, the boy that was rescued by themselves, not by all of you, because they just appeared out of nowhere. Seems that they were at the lumber mill the whole time. So we had some interaction with them, particularly because they had an amulet. This amulet had a black gemstone that was awfully familiar, and then it actually liquefied and combined into a crescent, and that was placed with one of you. So it gives some reasoning, perhaps, of what the creatures were actually after, given that they actually stripped Priest Dumbly's holy symbol, an amulet, across the neck. Marluna has stated, after Merlin said that they perhaps are going to become a bard after you teach them some things here, Tartan, that the attack is not this night, the next, but technically would be the night of the 4th of Aaron. So we're still in the temple. People are here. Commander Remarluna has passed at this point, has left back to the keep, noting everything is okay. There's another lesser commander in place. The name, obviously not redundant, out front, barring the doors to soldiers, making sure no one passes in, allowing time for you all to recuperate, as well as Priest Dumbly to adjust things in the temple before people come in for prayer. And scene.
Quick question that I actually meant to ask before we started. We all got a long rest because we leveled up technically.
Yes,
right?
correct. In my games, David, because you're obviously new. My games, when you go through a long rest, you go through a level up, you get a long rest, which it's a little video gamey, but it is very helpful.
AKA, he likes to try to kill us a lot, as you saw.
That's right.
The DM giveth
Yeah.
and the DM taketh.
DM giveth, the DM taketh off.
You guys will see Ares after the gasp for breath starting to get a little teary-eyed and kind of emotionally down a little bit.
Well, welcome back to Land of the Living. You don't seem all right.
I truly don't understand how the gods get involved and pick and choose who they save and who they don't save.
I mean, this one kind of owed us one.
And in this rare instance, I'd say it was less. Normally, deities work in their own interests. This particular case, Pelor's interest has already been served. He was repaying a debt.
I know many others who were more deserving than me to have that debt repaid.
Many others were not.
Well, if you feel that way, you could always pick up the medicine trade. Can't expect gods to do all the work.
Or you look like you have some emotions to work through. I can teach you how to play the drums. I've already got one student for tomorrow, so
You can start charging.
You see Merlin sitting at the pew bench right now, just like pretending to play drums.
Ares is, without explanation, going to get up and walk out the closest entrance, exit, whatever you want to call it, almost like he's following something.
Probably going through the back door. So you're leaving through the back door, just to the back right of the altar, and then the door itself is still like up a hinge. They've actually taken the door off because of the repair. So you're just kind of taking through and then taking a right to the garden.
No explanation, just like he's following something that you guys can't see.
Okay.
are either one of you good at emotion? Because I'm not, and I'm not sure what we're supposed to do here. Are we supposed to follow him, or do we give him some time to reconcile what just happened?
Both. I will discreetly keep an eye on him, if you like.
All right. Well, to make sure that the next time somebody dies, we're a little bit more prepared. I'm gonna go to the market and see if I can find some diamonds.
To buy off a priest.
No. So after witnessing this amazing transference of life and death and soul and body, I think I can do something similar with magic.
Use Merlin's pretending to play drums. Remember, Priest Stumley has gone upstairs to rest. Right. Priest Stumley, you see his Merlin's just faking away drums. Oh, you mean like a revivify?
Something a little bit more powerful than that.
Oh.
Super cautious.
Well, Priest Stumley keeps diamonds in the basement.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. Do y'all need some?
Indeed.
All right. Hops off the pew, begins to walk towards the back door, hanging left towards the staircase going down. And step.
That seems a fair payment for drum lessons, right, Tom?
Yes, that does. I do also owe him a pair of drums, though. So while he's fetching the diamonds, I'm going to sneak out and go grab some drums. Bleh. English. Words. Hard.
Okay. So, Card, you're going to bounce out, make a quick run towards the market area, try to find a trader. Just shortcut that. We don't need to say that you're taking any time for that to pick up a handful of drums. Price-wise, 15 gold for these drums.
Okay.
That's
So,
nice.
Yeah, expensive. Probably just because it's like a farmer. That's kind of having a pair of drums and they're bogging on a little bit while they sell their crops. You're just kind of like, hey, I want those drums.
Hey, give me your drums.
So they're just yelling out the price because they see how fancy you are. So you can just control spacebar, drag drums into your inventory if you want, or if you plan on giving them to the kid anyways, so you
Yeah,
just
I'm
put them in your inventory.
Yeah, we go to Merlin when I get back.
Eventually, you're making way running back. For those still at the temple, right? You hear the sounds of like kind of grunting from Merlin and a little bit, and eventually there is a box crate that's filled with straw. Some of the straw is like spilling out of it. You see as Merlin actually sets it onto the altar and cracks it with a crowbar and undoes some of the nails that are there. Takes the lid off, and neatly placed in are several different sizes of diamonds, ranging from 300 gold pieces to 1,000 gold pieces. There's about 8 of them. Those 3 different sizes. Alright, at this point, you've now come in to the temple. See as Merlin turns and looks in your general direction. Well, here they are. These are only some of them. I thought this one had the most diversity. Priest Dumley's been across the world for some time. They collect a lot of diamonds. Of healing and resurrecting. They told me all about it. Not exactly what they like to do at the Cathedral of Palor. For those that are under the Talthar rule, but as Priest Tumley says, when someone needs to be brought back to life, it should be done.
That is true. Sometimes life is more important than death.
There's all sorts of spell reagents down there. There's incense and some diamond dust. There is sage, other herbs. So if you need anything for whatever spell you're trying to do, I can run down there. I organize it for Dumley. So
I believe for now, just some of these medium-sized diamonds will do, and I'm gonna actually hand him the drums before I even start looking at the diamonds to look for.
me.
I promised you a drum set, did I not?
You did. Thank you.
Yes. Now let us go check on our friend, and I'll come back for some lessons.
Just bonging on him. Okay, sounds good. Goes to one of the pews and just continues to bong, leaving the diamonds up on the altar. There are soldiers inside the temple. They're just kind of looking in the general direction, raising an eyebrow, just like turning and looking away.
We saved the priest's life. I'm sure that we could take some diamonds. I'm not worried about it.
Save the priest. We deserve it.
I'm just gonna look for about 3 or 4 medium to large size diamonds. I'm looking for like 500 gold piece worth, so I guess those would be kind of more the medium range.
Yeah, that's essentially what it is. In terms of resurrection spells, you imagine you might have like the low end for revivify, upwards of like
Yeah.
higher up for resurrection type level. So you're just looking for, you said 3
Raised
to
dead.
4.
Yeah, just 3 to
Oh.
4 for raised dead. So
Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be no problem at all. Bag of diamond in your inventory. Oh, did you already put one in there?
no. Do I have diamonds?
You have a diamond in your inventory then.
Oh, I have the 150 gold one for. I have to use it for chromatic orb to focus the light.
Gotcha.
That's why I have that diamond.
So put this value at 500 and also put a comma between them here. And then quantity 4 of these will be in here.
Awesome.
So one thing, David, I kind of have a thing about if there's a spell that consumes and it's of a value, I kind of expect players to kind of keep track of that stuff. So if there is a certain spell you eventually might get,
No spell.
double cast spells. See, it's perfect. Spellless rating.
Big brain.
Yeah. Anyways, just so you have an understanding.
That's fine.
Okay. So you can grab them out of the crate. At that point, you begin to follow into the garden. You catch up with your friend. Ares, are you trying to stealth in this endeavor?
No, I was just walking out like I saw somebody I was following.
Okay. So, Athos, you said you were keeping track.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Discreetly.
Discreetly. So, Ares, where you headed?
I don't know, just kind of a random direction. That toward the let's see here. We're at the church. I'll go heading toward the tavern.
Heading toward the tavern?
Yeah.
Okay. Heading in the direction of the tavern. Athos, you're kind of keeping track in tabs, right?
Mhm.
Eventually, Chardon, Dahi, I'm assuming you're staying in the temple, right? Just kind of waiting
Yeah.
for. Yeah. So, Dahi, Chardon, you eventually head out. I would say at this point you don't see them. Right? You don't see either of them. So, where are you both going to head from here? If you're trying to keep track, are you going back to the tavern then? Assuming that might be where Ares was headed.
Seeing as how he likes to drink, that is a safe assumption.
Safe assumption. Okay. Awesome. So we'll go ahead and get us onto the Lonesome Tavern map here. I'm just going to activate it for everybody, and we're just going to assume here, Ares, you're going to be first up, and then Athos, you're on the tail.
not knowing that anybody's following me, haven't been paying any attention. As I get to the door, I'll kind of like shake my head, almost like, you know, I don't know, it's like coming out of a trance or something that, you know, maybe not quite sure what was going on. And oh, the door's not open. That's why I can't walk in. And then
It's called trance.
Just walks head first
Yeah.
in the door.
and then I'll walk into the to the tavern and make my way up to the bar.
So you see, the tavern's pretty light on people. You're not at the point where people are getting off their shifts at the lumber mill. I'll probably advance it just a couple, 20 minutes or so for everyone's actions in terms of running around a little bit. The township is not very large, so you head up to the bar counter alone. You see that it's cleared off at the present moment, and then the familiar halfling comes trotting up after wiping down the other counter.
An ale and keep it coming.
Grabs a mug from down below, begins to fill it into a keg down below as well. Continuously frothy, begins to foam and fall off of it from this clay mug, sets it down, and then begins to go back over to the other counter to clean it up.
At this point, what I have realized is Athos has been following me. I don't know how sneaky he's trying to be, so it's kind of a question for him.
I'd say just as passive. Like he was trying not to disturb you, but not like actively hiding behind things.
What rope? You're passive?
Mm-hmm.
What is that, like 52, 56?
It's only 22.
22. Okay. Well, Aaron's your passive perception's getting up there too, so
yeah,
you
I'm gonna,
don't, but you don't see them. You don't see them.
I would like to. Do I have to use my passive, or can I roll for this to see if I notice him or not?
Well, you don't have anything to get the check out because because that's what passives are. So
Okay.
passives are really used and intentionally used to be like if you don't have any evidence to get a check, you relate to the passive.
Okay.
So we're kind of going off of that Athos doesn't know that you're looking for them, and then you are also not looking for people. But if you're making if you're making an argument to be like, I really want to know if I want to know if my party members are following me, and that would be more of just your role play in the moment, then I'll give you a perception check. Right? 'Cause then
No, I
that's
was
your
just thinking
evidence
more
that
of
you
like
can
walking
just-
into the bar, looking around the area. Maybe before I got my ale, just taking a quick look around for surroundings. But it's okay. It's not a
I would be
passive,
really
fine.
proud of you if you did that, honestly.
Well, that's what I was going off of as a
All right,
count.
go for it, baby.
In the bar.
Go for it. Roll it up. Let's see it.
Hey. Nice.
Look at that. Look at that. 25 coming out. Yeah, I mean, that beats the passive of Athos, right? It's 22.
Mhm.
Yeah, so you see from the corner of your eye as you scan the bar, just looking. Patron count is low. After having the ale set down, you look and then you turn just slightly. The door creaks a little bit. You can see the Athos is at the corner of the entry.
As I do that, after I order the ale, I'll say loud enough for him to hear me. Athos, if you're going to follow me, you might as well join me at the bar.
I see you're checking your surroundings. You're learning. I'm proud.
I had a good teacher.
Of course.
I'll be honest with you. I'm not really sure how I got here.
To the bar.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming you guys carried me back when I was dead, so that's my assumption
Well,
on
back
how I
to
got
town.
there. But
Yes.
I was talking about the bar. I don't. Last thing I remember is. Okay, this is. Let's go to a table further away from people because this is going to sound really weird when I say this.
Sure.
Ares will kind of nervously look around, lean in a little bit to Athos, and say, "Do you remember my leader in the military I told you about, Lucky?"
Yes, of course.
How did I tell you what he? How much did I tell you about him? Did I tell you what he did for me when I was captured?
I don't know that you ever got into the specifics. You mentioned that he had made a sacrifice.
Yes. Before he gave me my gemstone, he had to make sure that whoever he was giving it to got out. He stayed there, and as I was getting away, I watched him die.
I see.
The last thing I remember at the church before getting here to the bar is seeing him, and I got up to follow him, and then he disappeared, and I was at the bar, at the front door to the tavern.
So you think he led you here?
I don't know. I mean, obviously, I've never died and been resurrected before.
That's
I
fair.
don't know if there's some sort of a. I don't know. The only thing in my mind right now that I can think of, besides drinking, to forget about all this, is there some sort of a connection now to the afterlife? I don't know. I just don't feel like I'm all here. It's weird.
Interesting. When you were not possessing your life, you spoke with Pillar, his avatar, correct? Did you see anything else while you were under? Anyone else?
I just remember telling him that I think there was more to do, and that was it. Really, I don't remember anything else about the time there. I mean, I will say it seemed like it was forever. Like, you know, hours. I'm not sure how long, it took to get back to town, but it seemed like I was there talking to him and dealing with him forever.
Right.
But I
Yes,
don't
I
remember
mentioned.
anything else around.
I wonder if time moves differently there, or if you're simply not capable of perceiving time as normal because your brain is no longer functioning. That's a question for later. I apologize.
Can, can we keep this
Yes,
between
I'm
us,
sorry.
please?
Of course.
I don't want to scare the others. Um, I don't. I guess I have some stuff I need to work through somehow, but I don't know. I feel a certain connection to. I don't even know what you would call it. The side where I was there with Palor when I was dead. I don't know. It's really weird.
Do you find it concerning? Are you?
Not
Frightened.
concerning as it has control over me or anything, but new.
Right.
A weird feeling, if you will.
Sure.
I feel like I may know certain things that I didn't know before, or I may be better at certain things that I wasn't necessarily good at before. I don't know. It's just weird. I can't I can't describe it, but I don't recommend doing it.
Or dying? Yes. No. That's generally not advised.
It's not as fun as people make it out to be honest.
Who's been making it out to be fun? You should not listen to those people.
Well, a soldier's life, they're always willing to give it up for what they believe in. So
No,
fun
it's
may
the-
not be the right word, but honorable
Die
maybe.
a glorious death. Yes, there is no glory in death. There is
Yeah.
death in death.
Yes, and it's I don't know. It's just really, really weird now.
Sure. If you'll permit me, I could do a cursory inspection just to see if anything obvious has changed.
$17. 17. That's how many people are in here right now, including you and me. 17.
I wasn't going to ask that, but I'm glad that you
I
know.
knew that was your next question. 18 now. Tartan.
Oh,
For
always.
the conversation, yeah. So both of you are opti perceptive that Tardan and Dahi have arrived. The tavern door swings open, slight rain kind of pushes in, right? And you can see both of them. There's also other individuals coming into the tavern at this point. We're nearing the time when the timber company, right? People are returning, wanting to get a drink before they head back to their homes, or even potentially drink if they have extra coins ready to spend. Yondir at this stage is really kind of showing themselves as a one-person enterprise, going to the kitchen, cooking, cutting things up, throwing in ovens, running across the tavern here, helping
Killing
people
a
out with
chicken or two
orders.
now to kill it and cook it, you know.
It's running out the door, coming
Shopping.
back with produce and livestock, right?
It's one of the farmers market.
Exactly. So these are all things that you're kind of witnessing as your two companions, in the time your two companions have arrived, and also after.
Athos, before they come up to the table, because if you didn't or you couldn't tell, Tardan and Dahi are here. You can, if this keeps up, I would definitely like you to take a look at me and see if you notice anything. But let's just chalk this up as a we don't know what's going on right now and see if it continues or not.
Fair enough.
Actually, I'm gonna go up to the bar.
Okay, goes to the bar.
You being a loner.
He is
I
Yondir
have plans.
is currently in the kitchen, notices you, along with the rest of the customers. They're kind of funneling in slowly and surely.
I'm gonna take out a bag of 50 gold and put it down on the table.
What the hell did?
Keep the drinks flowing for everyone tonight. We're gonna celebrate life and being alive. Just keep alcohol flowing for everybody.
Well, you get a little cold like them.
I am quite good at musical instruments, and people.
Ain't no one this fucking good be being got cold by music.
I mean, I didn't even think I played my best down at the winery, and those nobles, man, they just throw away money like it's nothing.
Them rich folk ways, but I'm keep it flow where you want rum, ale, all above.
All the above. Until that coin runs out, just keep it flowing for everyone in the tavern.
I'll bring y'all dinner and then get some drink. Keep coming up here. Thanks for
Appreciate
the
it,
coin. Begins to pocket the coin.
Todd, did you just give Yondir a large sum of money?
Yes. I just bought alcohol for everyone in the tavern.
You realize he's probably going to go and murder someone's pet or something, and try to put on a feast. You've just solicited another an assassination.
Thankfully, I think most alcohols don't come from animals, so not like
he
you
did
can
say
go
he was
kill a
going to get
beer
us some
hog.
food.
Oh fuck!
I mean, I didn't ask for the food, but he said he was going to bring us some food. So,
Also, you shouldn't knock fermented sheep's milk until you've had it. It's not bad.
I just figured that we had a
All
lot
right.
to be thankful for today. So, a celebration or two. Not every day somebody comes back from the dead.
Indeed.
I gotta
This is
ask,
true.
guys. I'm not sure if we talked about this before or not, but none of us in this group are. Well, Dahi, I don't know. Are you particularly strong?
You might have challenged him
Come
to an
on,
arm
man.
wrestling competition.
Oh no, that is not my
No.
strong suit.
Why
How
you
did
ask?
you guys get me back here?
Oh,
There may have been a T-Rex involved.
Yours truly over here.
A what?
Big
As I
ass
said.
lizard.
you remember those things we fought in the Colosseum? The ones that Sir Dougal tried to befriend while we were murdering them?
Things with really short arms.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Hard. You can turn into one of those.
Yeah, I have this magical spell called Polymorph. It makes me even dumber, though.
His instinct was to pick you up and carry you back to town, though. It worked out to the right.
With my tail, so I'm actually surprised I didn't crush you.
Well, it's better than your mouth.
Well, my mouth was still full from the person that ate Ares' insides.
It's true.
Tarn, I have to say you continue to shock and amaze me with the stuff that you do. Mostly for the better. Sometimes for the worse, as I think we all know, but mostly for the better. I think you and I said this before and I regret it, but I think you might actually be growing up a little bit and becoming responsible.
Speaking of things that I can do now, so
Oh, God.
I was.
He's going to ruin that. You realize this.
Well, after this last time I said that, he ruined it as well, so I figured he might as well go ahead and get it over with.
Well,
But-
so I noticed that when you were being resurrected by Paylord, he was doing his whole show and dance. There's a vibration that happens with life and bodies and souls and all of that. And I think I can mimic it with the help of a diamond to focus that energy. But I think next time I'll be able to bring one of us back from the dead.
You want to vibrate our corpse.
I want to vibrate your soul through a diamond into your corpse, yes.
I have no idea how that's going to work, but I find it fascinating.
I don't either, but I think that it'll work quite well. The other thing that I can now do is, you know how I use my nice little musical waves to either charm or incapacitate folks? Well, I think I can make that a more focused area now. And it's going to be beautiful. Instead of just one creature, it's going to be lots of creatures.
Interesting.
Well, I'll just tell you that obviously dying is not all it's cracked up to be, so I hope that we never have to use any of those diamonds on any of us moving forward. Maybe we could potentially be a little more careful in what we choose to do, like meeting an old lady and going into her little cottage cabin in the middle of the woods.
I remember
All right.
lady went into a cotton cabin. I gave me real nice. Yeah. I got myself a little bit of a backstrap bacon. Tied around some of the shoulder. Countdown. Right, we out.
Begins to put in a heaping portion of a pork shoulder that's been braised down with cabbage and potatoes, and as well as a small wintry green salad.
Yeah.
Is this the same pig from this morning?
Yeah. That big we didn't real. When did you meet a heart of you? Me and Wendy go way back. You know?
Yeah.
I'm
You're about to
sure you're
go way
gonna-
forward too if you keep messing with it like that.
Yeah, you don't have a ring on my finger, we be married. You know what they say, you take a pig, gotta pay back somewhere, you know. All right, you give me some rum, got a pound cake, I'm gonna tap with y'all, get back. Yeah.
Begins to trot off. Headed for the cellar.
Oh, this
We could
man's
really
piece of work.
use some sort of communication system or something. I detected that that house was magic, and I also detected that there were at least 5 of those things. But I didn't really have a good way to let the folks inside know that, unfortunately. We could
Well-
have handled it better.
You couldn't tell me either because you disappeared.
There was that. Which was a problem at the beginning, but frankly also probably the only reason any of us are alive by the end of it.
Hmm. Probably fair.
Would Tardan know about sending stones and the magic that they're used for?
I think you, in terms of someone that actually comes from and born really into a magic shop, I don't think there is a magic item that you would have not known about. Sending stone is an uncommon item. I think that's something that's pretty regularly used, especially in the Tamaric Republic, in terms of just communicating messages. Whereas Alathan has like an office of messages where they actually have runners and envoys and things. Most of the communications in Elyon go through Sending Stones. They don't actually meet in person unless it's important for council.
Okay. There are these magical items called Sending Stones. We use them in Temeria a lot. They're nothing too impressive except for the fact that you can communicate back and forth. Well, I guess impressive in that regard.
Something to be scoffed at.
No. But
The sound comes through the stone.
it's more like a sending spell, if I'm not mistaken. So it's more of a, if you resonate with the stone, you'll hear what the other person said.
So we could use them discreetly. Yes, that could be nice.
But the hard part's going to be, there's probably not a lot of them here where there's not a lot of magic. So we'd likely have to go back to Brugas to get those.
You've also just described most of his continents, unfortunately.
That would be the issue. Much of the items I'm used to are not going to be readily and easily accessible here. Actually, you know who might have?
Who are you thinking of?
My friend the Fletcher. He seemed
Sounds
resourceful.
nice. Yeah, they did seem to have quite a collection of things you wouldn't expect in this tiny little town.
I mean,
is
if these are used so readily, I would think the military would probably use them as well. And wouldn't they need a way to communicate from here to the front or somewhere else if they were getting overrun, or if the front needed more reinforcements? Or
You have to remember that it's the military that dislikes magic. It wouldn't surprise me if they have them. I doubt very seriously they'd make it common knowledge.
should we ask the commander of the fort? Maybe.
Perhaps.
We can ask. I suspect the answer is going to be no because they probably work through traditional means, such as that stupid that post office people, the person that tracked us down, that I went invisible to avoid.
You have to admit he was quite pernicious and
Fuckers.
very talented at his job. He found you regardless of all your efforts. I was actually quite impressed his ability to track.
Dahi, you seem to be pretty handy at making, I don't know, potions and stuff. I mean, is this something you can do, or is this beyond your capabilities?
Well, can't say I have a ton of experience with that sort, but let's see here. Suppose if we could make it not so much a stone as a charm of sorts, we could do. Possibly.
It's worth considering.
So I guess the question would be, would it take somebody knowing how to send messages that way? Or would it simply be enough for me to work with you on the vibrations and the communication and the resonance between the two charms?
You're very committed to this vibratory endeavor.
I suppose it'd be nice to have someone who knew the way around the magic side of things. It's one thing to make a potion; it's another thing to make a truly magic item.
Yeah, I think it would take Tardan your skills in the arcane in terms of the sending spell itself, and then Dahi material wise, just putting it together. Out of character, it's a relatively easy item to make. Being an uncommon.
Right.
Both of you, I would imagine. Your skill there, knowing what it is, definitely do it for a very cheap cost.
Definitely.
Another question, curious question here. Has anyone ever tried to use their gemstone to see if it can communicate with other gemstone holders, i.e., it's already ascending stone, maybe.
Well, it was useful in communicating with the dragons, so to speak.
I don't know. It's
That's-
just an idea. I don't know.
Suppose it's possible. Usually 2 things are linked, though, because if you link them to more than 2 things, it becomes a mesh, and meshes get very... Things get caught in meshes.
It's like a party line. I had one of those growing up. It was fucking awful.
These Yadra comes with 3 to 5 gallon kegs in either shoulder, freshly tapped. Sets one down one side of the table, sets another one down the other side of the table, and runs back. It's a bunch of mugs, clay mugs, sets them down. There's a dog nearby gnawing on something. You see his spiced rum, his 3 to 5 gallon barrel, spiced rum, and another 3 to 5 gallon of ale, tapped fresh.
Rick, stay in room. Anything else I can do out here?
That is more than enough, Yadu. We appreciate the
Alright.
service.
Yeah, you help yourselves and a wet ball. All of your music.
He's trotting themselves
Yes.
away.
I will. I'm assuming we have cups that those were provided as well. So I will go right to the ale, fill it up, and start heavily drinking.
Yeah. Both the cakes were set on either side of the table, tap facing outwards. Yeah, they just made a comment that they're not gonna like run and serve you, right? So you're gonna get drunk and hammer yourselves out with what Doris just spent. Here's 2 giant cakes for you to drink, and then they set down a bunch of clay mugs, right? There's not tankards really here. They're really just like clay or wooden mugs that they use here. Not like your traditional Stein kind of flip lid. So letting you all kind of fit the bill here and to work with that.
Actually, you know what I'll do first is I'll go and put my head underneath the tap, let it go for a second, and then I'll put my cup underneath it and fill up the cup and sit back down.
I'll grab some of the spice rum. It's a party kind of night.
That ain't no grog, let me tell you. Look at at least 50% of that boy.
That's gonna be good. A good night. Good
Oh,
party
yeah.
night.
Wasn't this the stuff that Captain Morgan was smuggling?
That's exactly correct. That's the same labels and mislabeling that the barrels that they were stashing within the hold of the Isle were. In fact, you notice
Oh.
a bit of sand on one of the barrels underneath one of the middle ribs.
It's gonna be a good night indeed, boys.
I wonder if there's a link to be had between aging alcohol on the Isle of the Blessed where time is strange. Might be prudent to set up a distillery there.
Or a winery. Wine
Not
is
sure.
fancy. It sells better.
You have to be able to grow the grapes. That could be a problem. Unless you could import them, I suppose.
The old wood grapes.
You've seen what the product of the waters of that isle do when consumed.
Yeah, but we could always boil seawater and get rid of the salt. And...
Desalination. How much energy that would take?
That's
Oh my
like-
god.
That's not
Yeah,
very
but at the
never-
time that we're
hard.
We
saving
can't
on
even do
aging
that.
the
We
wine,
can't even do that modern day to make it energy efficient.
doesn't need to be energy efficient. We're saving the time of aging the wine, which means I get to sell a 15-year-old
All
wine
right.
in a year and a half.
I need 200 employees. All a desalination of this water.
Just cast
No,
fireballs.
I just need
over
like
and over
5
and over.
wizards. Yeah, it's fine.
5 wizards.
5
Yeah,
wizard
that's true.
novices.
Control water. Yeah, that's pretty much it, right?
It never tastes right though.
Magic.
It
Control
never
water
tastes
and heat
right.
metal, right?
Mm-hmm.
It would never taste right. Yeah, that's true.
Mm.
Okay.
And the
Huh?
so Aries is just drinking, refilling, drinking. I mean, just
Pounding it.
I look like the
Concept.
one dude that we met on the way down here. Essentially, is
Yeah. Give me a
the
concept.
way I'm drinking now.
Griffin
Yes,
Weber.
sir. A con save, you said.
Con save, Constitution. Let's see what you do. 17. Yeah, I mean you're resilient. You're pounding it down. You're probably 6 drinks down at this point. Multiple shots. You're feeling it, but you're not passing out. The stage, I would say probably 40 minutes has transpired through conversations and such. We're nearing into the afternoon, transitioning into evening at some point. The patrons in here are going to be kind of consistent, funneling out, funneling in, and the audio is just making rounds running around.
So, before we get too drunk tonight, Dahi, do you want to try to make those stones today, or do you want to do it? Well, I have prior engagements tomorrow. I promised somebody drum lessons.
Yeah, I can at least start on some of the work tomorrow. Doesn't have to be.
To be fair, I
right
don't
away.
imagine he's going to have the attention span to play drums for the entire day.
He may already be a master of them before I get back. He was quite.
Arden, you're a music teacher now.
Look, deals had to be struck. Bargains were made.
What did you get yourself this time, Arden?
A piece of the black gemstone.
And a bunch of diamonds. It was actually a pretty epic
And,
trade.
yeah, a bunch of diamonds.
Damn, you robbed somebody.
In a
And
church.
I'm not quiet at all saying this, by the way.
To be fair, it was more of a, we saved the priest's life, so I took payment for that, and then I'm going to teach him drum lessons and trade for the stone.
He didn't rob anyone. He just took advantage of the trusting nature of a misguided youth in the
Yes.
temple.
Arden, you took advantage of a little boy.
That sounds even worse.
I didn't say it was good.
No, that's a lot of D20s.
Some of the patrons that are close by hearing that, starting and looking at you. Some of the
Like,
lovers,
what
just
the
sort of-
hell?
and then they just like slowly go back to their meals.
How old are we talking here, Tarden?
Yeah.
As I believe you're drunk, sir.
I'll lean in, I guess, catty corner across the table real close. I'm not drunk, sir. I could watch after myself.
You just called me sir.
Yeah,
I
he
believe
drunk.
you are drunk.
Okay, you may have got me there. I did call you sir. I'm most definitely
Perhaps he just came back with a new fetish.
not drunk.
It was fear before. Now perhaps he's just, needs a sir. To each their own.
I'll lean into Dahi now, real close to his face. Do you know what we've been through? Have we told you everything?
I've been picking it up along the way.
Quickly turn to Athos. Athos,
Yes.
does Dahi know?
Do you guys even know?
I suspect he knows now.
Should I know?
I will,
Dragons
Like
and
whis-
deities. And
like I'm whispering to Athos, but I'm not really whispering. I don't think Dahi knows. And since when does Tarden a music teacher?
well, if Darden's good at anything, it's adapting to the given situation. The situation called for a music instructor.
Just like now I'm getting loud again. Just like it called for a drug dealer.
Sometimes, yes.
To be fair, I wasn't the drug dealer in that situation.
No, that was the knightly druid. So,
Or the patrons just turning
Oh.
their heads. They go back to drinking.
If any of you would like some of this spiced rum, feel free to come.
Oh, fuck yeah! Damn. You know, the
I
lumberjacks
feel like
kind of
they're-
making way over towards the tail.
I feel like they're spying on us. Anybody else get that feeling?
No,
No.
no more than any other nosy bar patron.
Hmm.
Geez, now many people are
Well-
kind of coming towards your keg, filling it, raising up their clay mugs. Much appreciated. Thank you. Ha, yeah. They're just gonna go back to their table.
Does anybody in here want to learn how to play an instrument? We have a professional right here.
That came off a bit
Cheer
like a
little bit.
euphemism.
Some of them still standing, holding their mugs. Yeah, playing something. Come on.
Oh god damn it.
And I'll start. Tarden. Tarden. Tarden.
Darn it. Darn it. They all begin to go into it, cheering more.
I will. What vibe do I get from these? Are these more rowdy, as in drums and a bass would do better, or? I mean, they're obviously not
Roll-
sophisticated enough for.
Roll
live.
for just a flat performance check.
Yes, sea shanty, man.
Yeah, see if you can pick up. Yeah, we're gonna need some of the drunken sailor. So 22. These are hardworking folks. They come in here for
I think
one
this
drink.
calls for a bully in
One-
the alley.
Yeah, one drink maybe once a week. Some of them might have a little more extra coin based on what they hauled in. And they're just looking to have some music to pass the time as they eat their meals and drink this fine free rum.
All right. Then I'll go ahead and pull out my drums. Not going to particularly sing as much as kind of just keep a beat that has a rhythm to it. Nothing too fast, but nothing slow that would put anyone to sleep.
Create like a drum tone. Gotcha.
Mhm.
Okay.
And then I'll just do that while we continue the conversation. A little bit of battle music, yeah.
Yeah, the drum tone. You see the jungle ones? The jungle ones are crazy.
No, I didn't. Oh, those are nice. But yeah, those are pretty crazy.
They're like a deep thing, and then it's almost like it's a jaw. It's like Jaws. Right? It's like, yeah,
Dun-dun.
yeah.
That's a T-Rex music sound if I've ever heard
I
one.
know, right? So you begin to play your drums. The crowd lets off more of the cheers, right? Applauding you for your performance as you begin to play the drums. Give me a check of the drums.
All right, let's see. Do. Where inventory, drums. Where are my drums? Oh, that's
Equipped.
gonna try to use it. Equip.
Just roll performance then, because that's the same technical.
Yeah.
roll. So, because you have proficiency in drums, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's 24. So you're playing your drums. You begin to play this almost fantastical performance, giving the vibe exactly that the crowd anticipates, keeping that steady rhythm for them to drink and eat. Now they're beginning to leave copper, silver, and some gold coins when they're refilling their mugs here at the kegs.
Are you satisfied, Ares?
I don't know. Maybe we should ask the audience. And I'll yell, "Is everybody satisfied, or do you want more?"
I'm pretty satisfied. This is the best we got to get for Baron. So, but yeah, it's pretty great. This is better than great. I haven't heard some play for a long time. This is fantastic. It was like I would say my wedding reception the last time I heard a bard play.
I
No,
think
it's
it's
probably a
great.
cover
I think we
band.
should at least get one more.
Yes, one more. Keep it coming. Keep playing. I'll stay here. Yeah.
I'll continue to play. I have no reason not to.
Yadir is now just moved on to the bar counter. It's just like staring at you from a stool.
Oh.
You continue to play your drums, your performance lasting near an hour at this point. So you continue to play for the crowd. Earnings, roughly 17 gold. So pretty good for these folk. I mean, that's a lot of coin.
Paid for
Eventually.
Merlin's drums.
Eventually, Yadir has suffice that you've paid a number of gold here that you are more than willing to play in their tavern. And they're now going about their business after the hour concludes. Some of the individuals at this point are now kind of moving away, so I'm just going to remove tokens. But there's still quite a bit of people in here for how small this tavern is and how small the township is. So, yeah, but you can continue to play. More coin, obviously. People kind of passing word of mouth. Hey, free rum over there. One of their buddies might fan in from the lumber mill getting off late. So, but beyond that, just kind of slowing down. You can continue to play if you want, but
Yeah, I'll probably just keep it low. Drink slowly type of thing and just hang out.
just hang out. Cool.
Kind of drowns out whatever Ares is yelling anyway, so it works for me.
So, Aries, you've continued to drink for the past hour. Need another Constitution save.
Oh no, I have definitely continued. All right.
Con save for me. 27. It doesn't matter what you roll. Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you are. If you drink to yourself to oblivion over the last hour, you begin to pass out, drunk, toppling into the table. Your just body lands down to the clay mug, slides, tips over, and begins to spill the contents of it. You're unconscious.
I will use prestidigitation to wipe up his spilled alcohol.
Okay.
Just because I don't want to get yelled at by Yadir.
Gotcha.
He's a scary dude.
Judge, you're scary?
No.
I mean, he did just carry
I'll say if you're a
huge
pig,
ass Craigs over
Two,
here.
yeah, kegs over the
Like,
shoulders,
yeah,
halfling.
just
Yeah,
like- That
Got
man
some
gave no
strength there.
fucks.
got some strength.
That man's got a 20 easy. Maybe an 18. More
So,
than any of
you
us
watch-
got.
As your friend passed out, drunk, the kegs are getting a little bit soft now. People have been tapping into them freely in the tavern, drinking. What are we all doing the rest of the night? We got some time, so we're transitioning to evening still. In terms of your rooms, you really only paid for one night, so you weren't expecting to stay longer. So you said you all wanted to head into the marshes, so it really comes down to, we stay in this night so we can see what happens on the next night during this attack. Are we deciding, hey, you know what, we're gonna head out in the morning, try to beat what's gonna come onto this place, or I think we're at that point of delegation. Just kind of what we want to do for the rest of the night.
I think we have to stay tonight regardless.
Yeah. As for staying tomorrow, I think we have to wait until Ares is sober. But my vote would be to stay since, it's only a few hours away at that point. May as well make the magic items that we need.
Right.
Finding something to do then at that point. Magic
Mhm.
items. Okay. Awesome. Cool. So as you eat your meals, drink your drink, some of you getting slosh as well, which the area, you drunk. Eventually interact with Yadir, some rooms. You actually never handed off the keys to Yadir, so Yadir just tells you to keep them because they're all the same key
Because it's all the same price. Yeah.
and it's all the same price.
Such an understanding guy.
No coin to be passed over. You threw so much coin at them. They kind of hold it onto a tab. Yadir's a reputable person. I'm just going to take all that coin from you and not give you something back for it. So eventually you're going to come into the night, finding your rooms clean. Yadir does upkeep the rooms. Probably transitions them in the morning-ish. There's not a whole lot of people who stay here anyways. And the tavern's more lively than it normally is, courtesy of your songs and the free beverages. It is up to later. People are staying later, spending more coin. And Yadir appears to be more happy about that. Even coming over and hitting you on the side of the shoulder, slapping on the back, still giving the gratitude and thank you. They've been spilling a few stories in terms of this tavern and being as alive as it's ever been. You now carry Ares back up to their room, setting him down into the scratchy wool blanket of a bed. Taking off some of their armor, who knows, or just leaving it on because you don't want to touch anything. And you all go to your own respective rooms. And we're now going to get to a long list.
I think I will do a poison craft before I go to bed.
Okay. What are we going to make?
An oil of Taggart.
Okay.
It's basically chloroform, except it works on touch.
Gotcha. I think that one is pre-made. Let me see real quick. Oil of Taggart contact. Okay. You can probably drag the one over from D&D Beyond Compendia, and then I'll have to edit it because it's not so perfect.
All right.
All good there. Just gonna make one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I have enough. It's 400 gold. I have just enough to make that. That's most of the rest of my supplies.
Gotcha. On save, and it's flat 13. Love it. It's in for 24 hours. Very powerful in terms of
Yeah.
monsters not immune to poison. It's gonna be pretty dope. The DC is low, but you don't.
Yeah,
know.
it's a low DC, but it's super strong. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they might roll that nat one. You know what I mean? That could be
Never know.
huge. All right, so you work on your brew, crafting something in your room. Doesn't take too much mixing some of these reagents together. Eventually, you have the oil of Taggart ready to go in a corkscrew vial for contact. Again, you all go through a long rest. When I do narrations, just FYI, always interrupt me. I like interruptions because I'm just going to go, just kind of move on. So if there's anything anybody wants to do, just say so. Right, we'll pause. Take us into the new day. Obviously, an error there. And I'll probably put us into the morning. I think the three of you are going to wake up earlier than your friend here, Ares. And so we're going to put probably the time of which that they would wake up. In addition, the tavern is rather cleared out. The three of you are coming downstairs here. And you don't particularly see Yadir down here. You do hear the sounds of Yadir rummaging around in the cellar, and a large crash of crates, and eventually you can see them appear. And they're taking off a couple different garments, an apron, laying it down over the central island table that they have, and they're opening the oven, throwing in some fresh wood, getting it roaring hot in a nearby pile. Begin to roll out dough at the table. Not paying too much attention to you all quite yet. The tavern's empty. And the only thing you have in terms of sound is the torches, as well as the fireplace that's pretty much upkept throughout the night and into the day.
Athos was hiding inside of me. Oh my god. Oh, he's really stealthy.
No!
Yeah, I closed my inventory and everything was dark, and I realized I had deleted my token.
Uh-oh. When I used to have it that when I drag tokens down, I have a module that drags all of you down at once. I used to have it to drag you down in a line, but I think it's far easier to drag you down all stacked up. Because in terms of like a space mode,
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about the spacing, yeah.
Groups always laugh at that now. They're just like, we're all stacked up together, we're all together. I'm just like, it's just easier that way. I mean, if there's a line order, then I'll put you up. But if everyone's kind of saying we're going, then I'm not gonna waste time. So you kept downstairs, the three of you. Ares, you're still up in your room, still resting off, and you're earlier than 9. Probably put it around 7:30ish, right in the morning. There's movement outside. carts and horses, and people walking. And it's quiet in the tavern. Nobody's really coming for breakfast. Could be the soldiers that would be in here are preparing, training, getting ready. And perhaps knowing that there is an attack happening tonight. The lumber mill and the people working there start early. So you're seeing an effect here. News is spreading. And when that news spreads, people adjust. Gadder sees you all at the table and then begins to wipe their apron after rolling out some dough and begins to make it way over. Eggs are no longer there at the table. The table's been cleaned.
Good morning. How you all? I don't see your friend. That makes sense.
Hmm.
He partied a little harder than he needed to.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta let it loose. When it gets you good. Yeah, all right.
Had been quite a day, I suppose, if there ever was a day to get exceedingly drunk.
That is fair. I suppose coming back from the dead is.
Bit of an ordeal.
That have something to do with Big Dummy?
Kind of. The priest helped. He offered a prayer to Paylor, and Paylor brought her friend back.
I
Well,
mean,
friend.
there. Yeah.
He actually died killing the things that had attacked Priest Dunley. So I'll come full circle with him.
That might be why Big Dummy didn't make their way into the tavern.
He had a
Big
bit of a
Dummy
day
is
as well.
here. Man, Big Dummy is here every night. Y'all was just a 2-hour room, 2-way. It works. Talk about your friend. Glad you're back.
We are too. How did you do last night? It looked like there was quite a lot of people in here.
Business was good. We good. Thanks to you.
Glad I could be of some assistance.
I said how you want, but I don't think I quit it. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what you're saying.
Autumn.
Yeah, all right. You play dumb. You play dumb. You keep yourself, man.
That is all that matters. At least that's what the women tell me, anyway.
And the robots.
And the robots. And the men.
What the fuck is a robot?
It's this invention by wizards. It's actually rather marvelous.
Like a metal man.
Yes. Without a face.
This sounds like some kinky shit.
That's what I
To be
said.
fair, he didn't look like a robot when it happened.
I bet they did.
Talk about partying too hard.
That part I don't want to be you like though.
I do like the party. Maybe we'll throw a party here after the siege goes well tonight.
Yeah, well, I hope so. Thinks it'd be a good one, besides I tell. But so come and go. Yeah, this morning, that was gonna be all yours. Make yourself some pies overnight. Leftovers from leftovers. I got some breakfast bacon. You want some eggs bacon?
Are you going to kill somebody else's pig for the bacon before I ask you the
God.
bacon?
That big one. That was a big ass pig. I got a lot of bacon to worry about.
He's good for a week.
May as well have some bacon then.
Come on, we get. I'll give you some bacon, some eggs. And you tell your friend to come down. I got some coffee made for him. All right, yeah. Hey. I'll be right back.
It's make way back.
So what is our plan while we wait for the horde? If I know that Dahi, you have to do some work on the charms and need my assistance with that, but what order do we want to do things today?
Is there anything else we need you to do today?
I have
Besides
to
your
go
drum
teach
lesson?
a kid how to drum.
Of course.
That's about it.
I did not have any plans. I might spend some time just tinkering, doing some reading or something. It's been a while since we've had downtime, honestly.
That's true. Maybe I go play for the soldiers up at the keep and kind of pump them up a little bit.
We are the champ.
Oh yeah, man!
I was thinking more of
welcome to the
No
champion.
time to lose.
I was thinking of more of Welcome to the Jungle, but yeah, I mean, that
Welcome
one-
Oh,
You're
we can-
gonna
Yeah.
die.
Hey, I mean, it's still gonna be early by the time we get there. We can do it all, you know.
Who's that? Oh gosh, I'm forgetting that one. Wow, it's played in so many different like Vietnam War type movies. Cherry, like Black Door, Cherry Door, something about a door. I'm forgetting.
Oh, you're talking about the doors? Or no, the stones. I see a red door. I want it painted black.
Yes,
Painted black.
that's
yeah.
I don't even. I can't even remember
Rolling
the name of the
Stones,
song. Rolling Stones.
I
Yeah.
see a red door and
Yeah.
I want it painted black.
That song. I think it's like 3 different
Oh,
80s Vietnam movies.
Mm.
You gotta do that.
It's
one.
always that.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
CCR
We'll play all of
and it's Led Zeppelin. Those are like the ones
Yeah.
that we play.
Yeah, love it. Okay, well, it seems like we have some things to do today, so we can fast track those. But relax on Aries. Eventually, you're going to come down here. I'll just say that you're kind of sitting down the breakfast on plates, eggs and bacon served with some leftover potatoes that have been kind of fried up for you all. Definitely ales at the table as well as waters if you want it, and then there's a nice large thing of coffee there set just particularly for Aries. You all begin to sit down at the table, clean. No one's coming to the tavern. The other continues to make pies, particularly for lunch and dinner. Anybody does come.
Morning, everybody. How you doing today?
Good. How are you feeling?
I'm fantastic. I think I'm gonna go work with that Fletcher a little bit today, and
No,
try to
No hangover.
hone my craft. I'm sorry, what?
No hangover.
From what? I'm perfectly fine.
All right.
You look like you have a little bump on your head. I think you hit the cup last night.
Or maybe it's from when I saved you, Tarden, and I got my head hit out there and died. Did you ever think of that?
Yeah, except for the fact that Paylor brought you back from the dead, which gets rid of most of your wounds. It's usually how that works. Just throwing it out there.
Yeah, you don't know what it's from. I'm fine. Anyway, I'm gonna go work with a Fletcher to make some arrows today.
That's a good idea.
Or maybe not make. They'll probably be really shitty knowing me and my skills, but at least I can try to.
Yeah, if
Try
you
to
need
hone them a
hand
little
with
bit.
that,
I'm sorry,
happy to-
Dahi?
I'd be happy to pitch in if you need a hand with that.
Oh, you absolutely could. You gonna have time? But are you starting on the stones today? The sending stones,
Well-
charms, whatever.
I can't complete until Todd is available, so I suppose I'll get started on them and then have some free time.
Oh, more than welcome to join, Dahi. More than welcome to join. All right, so Aries will drink the coffee, not wait for. Well, he'll wait for the food to get there, take the food, and then he'll just head out the door and go to the Fletchers without really.
Okay.
And I collide with the wall because I can't move my token.
Probably did the horse corral. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
So
I
you
didn't
head
see the
out.
wall there. It probably is.
It's like a horse corral kind of thing, little shelter. Just like a straw thatch that extends over it. So you begin to head in the direction of Thomas's fletching. What is everyone else doing? I heard you want to help Dahi in terms of Thomas's fletching. Okay. So you're probably going to be heading in that direction as well. It's hard. You're heading to be a music teacher, probably the lowest paid profession in education. So
He worked
there
out a
you have
good
it.
deal there.
I don't know. I just got 2,000 gold and diamonds for
But,
it. So
but this is different. You're private tutoring, right? So
Right,
that could
exactly.
be lucrative for
fantasy.
some pretty noble families. And then Athos, you are doing some magical tinkering. What is that?
I think actually before that, there's not a proper smithy in this place, is there?
There is a proper smithy in this place.
There's a proper
Particularly
smithy,
two twins, Brock Smithy.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, I have just some crap I need to offload, like some plain studded leather armor and just a basic shield. So I think he would go over there and just offer it to them for literally whatever they're willing to pay for it, just so he doesn't have to carry it around anymore. And then just keep an eye out for anything they have that might be interesting, like extremely well made, or I don't know, anything that just looks interesting.
Anything that you can see. Okay, so it looks like everyone is going to move into their separate places. We'll probably do Thomas's fletching first, so I had a kind of a majority onto that. So you head in the direction of the shop. The rain is falling in kind of a medium ness, I would say. I wouldn't say it's like crazy hard, so I'll kind of start that up, turn it down a little bit. Horse carts and traffic move by eventually on the main road, and as well as the side road that kind of moves. And there's some soldier movements. They have wagons. They're kind of going in between. Remember, there is no actual like gate that extends from the keep out west, so they're having to use the main roads and kind of go around, right? And through the small timber, that's an easy access point because a lot of roads like traverse pretty close to the western side of the keep grounds where the undead have actually been attacking. So there is a good movement of like people having like wooden logs that they're spiked down in the grounds, and they're kind of putting those in carts, and then they're making way in the direction of the trench. Maybe they have shovels, right? They're maybe doing some dig outs with the rain. They might also be removing boulders and rocks from the battlefield, making it a little bit easier to hit things without having a lot of concealment for these creatures that are advancing. So this is all there. And so you're coming into some of that traffic as you pass through the Fletchers. Eventually you get there, ascending the staircase, going through the wooden door. The bell rings as it does before. I'm not going to give a description of the place as I did before, but if you want a reminder, I can always help out. Pausing that sound effect, we now come to just some rain on the rooftop. There's not really anybody in here. There's only two trapper, hunter-esque individuals. One half-orc, one human. They're just perusing some of the longbow and arrows in the back kind of right-hand side. And then you see the Fletcher, the master bower, right? In terms, they are sitting at one of the workbenches and they are spinning some thread around an arrow. So they're just, again, the same thing as you had noticed before. They're just making arrows, spinning some thread down around the feathers, right? Making sure the tips are good. And they're just continuously making arrows. They're very attuned to that craft, and they have patience. Bell rings, so you see them working, and then after a little bit of time, you make a series of footsteps in. They just pause that, and they just stand up and they turn. Again, they take the hands, they fold them out towards you both. They turn them around, and then they take them and they fold them back behind their back. And they begin to walk towards you. Well met, and good morning. How may I help you both?
Have these gentlemen, and I'll point to the two that were kind of in the shop, have they already been helped?
They are looking and browsing for what bow would fly and strike true to their prey. They will ask questions when they need to. They have already been asked.
I just didn't want to go in front of somebody. It's not my way.
Of course, my wares are free to browse, and those are free to come and go.
So, last we talked about I don't know, potentially I showed you the arrows that I had made, and you said they had some promise. I would like to learn more from a master crafter such as yourself, so that I'm able to progress my skills in making such things.
You may join me in arrow making today. Perhaps I can teach you some things to advance your craft.
I'm sorry, how rude of me, but I don't know if you've met my friend Dahi here. He's been around the fort for a while. He might have been in, but I think he'd like to join us for a little bit as well, if that's okay.
More than welcome. Of course. I have seen them before. They are an aid to the commander and to the keep in this township. Glad to have you as well.
Well, it's not much, but I know my way around the woodworking tools. I thought I'd chip in a little bit.
Of course. My workbenches and my tools are free for either of you to use. Of course, if you join me in arrow making, that is what we are doing. Come, let me sit you down. Begins to make way to the benches, taking seats, and begins to show you techniques. At this point, Dahi, if you want to make the setting stones, you can. This is a technically an area, right, with tools that you're able, workbenches and things, you can make the sending stones. And then for those helping out the arrows, we're really just kind of transitioning into downtime activity-esque stuff here. So what that means is that you're just kind of advancing some of your skill, also taking the day to gain the proficiency. If you don't have a proficiency, right, you can get you get a day into that proficiency. And then to improving tools, right, you're doing crafts here in this downtime. And this would constitute every 2 hours, right, you're making a check. You're not earning any gold because you're doing this facilitating of the profession. Keep what you make, though. So you're actually keeping the arrows if you wish to. You can always keep them there, though. Sell them back, which would constitute that gold. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Really just depend. It sounds like we're going to be here all day, so we'll come a little bit to that in terms of what that looks like after I go through the rounds with the rest of the party.
Sounds good.
The setting stones, you can just attract gold cost for that, right? You just gotta remove the gold cost for that.
Yeah, I'll take it on
And
my own.
Yeah, and you can passively make that. There's no check that you need to make that.
Okay.
You can make it out of wood.
I say flavor-wise, can I use carpenter tools to make it out of
Yeah.
wood?
Yep, you can make it out of wood. And then at a later point, Tardan would help out in terms of enchanting it, kind of making them, feeling with the magic and the sending and ready to rock.
So just for flavor, they're going to be like the deaf hearing horns. If you remember the dwarf from Lord of the Rings with the hearing horn, that's how you speak into one end, and the other guy holding up his ear will.
Hold it. That's awesome.
That sounds about right for a bard. And yeah,
that sounds good. Okay, awesome.
It's awesome.
So now we're gonna move away from that, and we'll come in the direction of Athos, because that will probably be, at least in terms of time sensitive, the new target. So you are having rain outside, and there is a slight crowd around the smithy at present, soldiers actually, that are currently trying to get the repairs that they need for the fight that will be happening that they expect, right? So there's actually a good deal amount of soldiers here that have been sent to do repairs, and in addition to that, the quartermasters or the field masters, right? The role that I had kind of stated that were there to take stock of items and armor and weapons and things and get them repaired. Rocksmithy kind of serves as like an outlet for a lot. They have a smith there, but right, you have surplus, you have things, you got to go to another smith. So Rocksmithy is that. 2 dwarfs, 2 twins. And we'll go to the description of the forge because I already gave it once, and then the male of the twin is the one that deals in the weapon and the armor smithing, right? So as you pass into the covered area, the rain is beginning to hit in the direction of the roof, but that's also increasing the sound of the crowd, of the dog that is gnawing at the boat. And the other one who's doing some more accent pieces for other sorts of prized materials, things, armor pieces that would be kind of like, muddy makers, if you will, doesn't respond. So this other dwarf immediately kind of picks up after dealing with like a handful of soldiers. Oh, I got it. All right. And kind of sees you walk in. It's like that breath of fresh air, right? Turns around. Oh, how can I help you?
Yes, hello. You seem rather busy today.
I am.
Well, I will try not to take too much of your time. I have a couple of items that I no longer have need of. I thought I might see if you had any interest. It's just some basic armor and a shield. I've been carrying for a while and not using. And then I was curious if you had anything worth a look. I like a breastplate typically, something nice, sturdy protection, but doesn't make too much noise. I like to be quiet, discreet.
Discreet,
so-
quiet.
Of course.
Well, I'll give you. This is them. Begins to motion for a workbench nearby, 5 feet to the right hand side to lay it on.
Okay, sure.
Suppose I can give you 10 gold for it.
Deal.
Seems to be like you don't get hit a lot.
I try my best to avoid it. It's rather bad for your health.
Good quality. Breastplate. I have a couple common pieces. Nothing in the ways of enchanting, but I can, if you'd like. Won't be able to give it to you before tonight, given everything that's happening. But if you stick around for the next day, I'll be able to put some enchantments on your armor, if you'd like.
I'm sure. Yeah, so perhaps we'll swing back by tomorrow then.
Sounds great. In the meantime, I can give you the piece. Wish to wear it.
Well, I have a breastplate, so
Oh, you do. Stares at
Yes.
you, looks at you, wearing it. Oh, jeez.
but he's got robes over it, so it's kind of like he usually pulls it,
I
Superman.
didn't see it.
Yeah,
You conceal yourself quite well.
it's,
Really, you look like you were wearing armor when you walked in here.
that's just how I like it. Thus the discreet part. But yes, if you're capable of enchanting, I might swing back by and have you look at my armor tomorrow.
Take your piece that you have already. That sounds great. Come back tomorrow and perhaps can put an enchantment on it. I am a master smith. As such, I can do quite well with your armor. See if there's other things I can apply to it, in addition to extra protection.
That would be quite wonderful. Thank you.
Yes,
All right. Well, I will let you get back to your day. You seem rather
of course.
swamped.
Yes. Morden takes me. Laughs to himself and turns around back to the crowd. Oh, shut it! Begin to leave the forge. All right.
And then he's just going to spend the rest of his day. He's mostly just going for proficiency in tinker tools, so he's just going to fiddle with stuff.
Okay. So if so, tinkering tools, right? So you can take it as it will. If you want to find a spot, you can kind of take every 2 hours of craft and sell. I'd probably say here there's not really a shop that you can do that at
Right.
for tinkerer's tools. So I'll probably just say you're kind of working on one day towards proficiency, and then in addition to that, we'll probably put like 8 hours, so about 4 crafter checks towards getting to additional on the kind of rank track, if you
Okay.
will. Does that make
How many
sense?
days is it? Yeah. How many days is it for proficiency again?
I believe. Let me go ahead and check real quick. I think what I'll say is
Because that puts me at 4 days.
so. 10 days is for half
Okay.
proficiency, and 20 days is for proficiency.
Okay.
All right. So
4 hours
Darden,
is
you-
that two crafts?
So 2 hours for every craft. So we're going to
Yeah.
put it kind of towards 8 hours, I'd imagine, that you all are taking to this. We can go more because we're starting off early in the morning, and this attack might not happen pretty late. So you might
Sure.
just be doing these for additional. So we'll just say 4 at this point, and then we'll kind of come to, and that goes over towards like Dahi and Ares as well. So we'll talk about that kind of as a group thing at the end. So Tard, you head in the direction of the temple, right? The temple doors are open. So people are in there currently. The rain is falling down through the hole. There are slight buckets that are kind of put up to catch some of that rain, as well as Merlin has a mop, mopping and wringing it out. Priestomly Goldbelly has bandages, wearing their armor, and their robes are kind of over top of these bandages. And they're really just helping out with some of the prayer of these individuals, talking to them about what happened, because people want to know, and then also going upstairs to the spiraling staircases to grab books of prayer and other testament scriptures and things for these people. Maybe even some holy water if you want to take it home from the basement. So that's what you're observing. So you're going up to Merlin, who is wringing out the mop. It's kind of their task of the day, keeping with the water. And you come up to Merlin, and Merlin looks towards you. And you immediately recognize that there is a whimpering dog. I'm sorry.
Is your dog somewhere hiding?
I'm not giving you shit out, but your dog is a lot, a lot
He's
noisier
on it
today than
today.
yeah,
I don't know
on
what to-
today than normal. It's very cute. And so you're coming up to Merlin. Merlin has the drums that are now put to a leather strap over the shoulder. So they've actually strapped down the drums to the side, and they've just been greatly anticipating your arrival. Immediately, they look towards you, put the bot leaning on the altar, begin to work down the stairs, running up towards you, slipping a little bit from the water. Oh, are you going to teach me?
I am. As long as you're done. It looks like you're in the middle of your chores. How
This
long
is gonna
will it
this is gonna be all day. It's gonna be all day.
be? Is it?
So we can do it now.
Yeah, I suppose. Is there somebody somewhere quiet, maybe not the main chamber, for it to echo and interrupt the priests?
Well, we can go upstairs to that chamber. We can go get down below to the basement. No one hears us down there.
Maybe it's not that. Maybe that's not the best idea. We can do it here. That's fine. I'm sure that we can manage.
After all that stuff in the tavern. Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe it's not best. Wow, innuendos for days. So you're gonna head to the basement then?
Yeah, that'll work.
Okay. So he sees Merlin. Okay. And then runs to Priest Stumbly, tells him that they'll be in the basement with you, practicing drums and stuff. Priest Stumbly's looking towards, oh, okay, no worries, I'll take care of it. And at that point, you actually recognize there are soldiers. And they are upstairs on the balcony overhang. So there are actually soldiers here stationed, right? Because that was one of the things the commander said they would protect and kind of watch over. There's maybe some more out back too. Maybe there's a patrol going around the temple too. So your eyes aren't there, but then they go to there. Right?
Yep.
You then go down into the basement. The rain and the noises really subside. The basement actually is really interesting. It's quite long, a little bit the size to the actual temple, maybe even underneath the actual township street. There are shelving units stacked 4 high of wood, anchoring themselves to the corners. There's a long tables with various amounts of crates and things underneath, and also some stuff just loosely over top. It's very much like an episode of Hoarders, in a lesser extent, in terms of what's down here. Lots of it's dusty and dirty, vials and clay jars, chests, books. A lot of them are old, and there is very much information here relating to the first people, Crystal Desert, Ravashid, Lucir, Reskar Oasis, the Belknap, Kuliak. So there's a lot of these words that you're recognizing, how they relate to Crystal Desert. Another thing that Priest Stumbly Goldbelly has actually placed a good amount of time in there. In addition to Ismar, there's names of Ufharim. Okay. So just naming these things, just off the top of my tongue, in terms of what you're recognizing as you're scanning. Okay. So you come to a couple different stools that are laid out there in the central of the tables. At that point, you begin to educate. For this, playing is different than educating, as one would say. And you should make a flat intelligence check. It's coming, boy. Oh, that's 20! Yeah. So you're off to a great start. You are a fantastic educator, unlike your father, probably. And you are teaching Merlin how to play these drums. And every moment of his specialty, it's going to take the rest of your day here in terms of teaching them various things, even probably writing music for them, right? Notes. Hey, take this and teach your friends too. And really taking the time and effort on this day. Okay. So now we're going to come into fast track land. Just want to have some time for role play before we get to what is going to transpire tonight, potentially. So you all have undergone your tasks. So Tardan, you actually spent the day. You can gain expertise with your drums if you wish. So you can actually add a day of time to getting to that level of expertise. In addition, you actually can reach rank as well with instruments in addition to tools. So that actually will get some benefits in terms of extra things, in terms of crafting. Not necessarily performance, but there are some tools out there in the 5e universe. Sorry, there are instruments in the 5e universe that might relate to like crafting and stuff like that as well. So I do know that. I've seen it homebrew. So you're just kind of keeping track in your journal. The rest of you, it really just depends on how much time you want to take to this endeavor for how many crafts and checks that you get to your talent. So every 2 hours, it's a check or a craft, right? So are we going to be spending 10 hours? Like how late are we waiting until we make our way to the keep to get ourselves up on the battlements and really see what's going on.
Did we have an idea from my answer is gonna be based on did we have an idea of talking to the commander or anybody earlier about when the attacks usually start? Like what time of
No one,
day?
no one asked. The only person who has experience would be Dahi. And the commander didn't say. Dahi, you know they happen at night, and they do they're sporadic. So it's not exactly the same time at night. It could happen right when the sun goes down at like 8ish, or it can be later into the morning.
I mean, I would for Ares, I'd like to spend as long as possible there, obviously without missing the fight that's going to happen, right? So, I'm guessing, given is it still 9 a.m. is still the correct time.
Yeah, so if you did 10 hours, it would put you at like 7 o'clock.
And that would be about an hour before sunset, give or take.
Give or take, yeah.
Yeah, so I'll do 10 hours.
Everyone agrees to that?
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I assume we're all going to reconvene and finish the sending devices and get that set up before we wander over to the fort.
So that'll be probably another hour then for the magic casting and stuff. I won't have any spells expended, but so we'll just say maybe 7 o'clock we reconvene at the tavern, then bring out the stones, use the magic, 8 o'clock head to the keep.
That makes sense.
Okay. All right. So these sending horns, who exactly is getting them? Because they're connected in pairs. So when the magic is cast at 8 o'clock here, the magic is used. I'll just put us onto this map too, get us off of the tavern. Should have put us on this map before, but so who exactly is getting them? Because they're connected and they work together just between the two of them, if I recall correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Going on to
That's a good.
I mean, Athos gets one, I would think.
Yes.
I mean, everybody gets one. I think the question is who's talking to whom.
Or did we make 2 pairs?
Yeah, how many are you making?
I suppose we could just make 2 pairs. Yeah.
Well, you could make 2 pairs and then have them connected too. We can uncomplicate it too. We can uncomplicate it and just say that they're all connected to each other.
If you want to make them 4-way, sure. Since we're
Yeah.
custom making them.
Because I mean, in theory, we could make 6 sets, and you just have I have one for Tartan, one for
That's what
Dahi,
I'm saying.
one for
That's
Yeah.
my mind, dude. That was where my mind was like, you can literally just make a bunch of sets.
Just have
that
them on a
everyone has
ring.
Yeah.
horns
Yeah.
for everybody. That's so
we
ridiculous.
We get
Right.
Tartan on the horn.
You're gonna need You're gonna need some secretary character that keeps track of your lines.
hands me
All
the
right.
one, like, hold on.
I'm sorry, we got Dot here on the horn. That's horn three, picking up now and go.
That's what
you imagine,
Merlin's
like-
for.
Like an old school
He's learning how
switchboard
all this
operator.
works.
Imagine a
Bro.
3-way call. You put the horns together, you know?
Oh
Yeah.
man, that'd be like if you took a bunch of those toy micro speaker whatevers and just daisy chained
Yeah.
them and they all blow each
Yeah,
other
just
out.
patch
That is just
somebody in, yeah.
ridiculous. That's so ridiculous. No, let's uncomplicate the item. I'm going to uncomplicate the item. I'm just going to say that the setting stone can be connected at a four-way connection. You can add more to the connection too. So if one sends a setting message, the others will receive that message, and then vice versa. If one sends a message, the others receive it. Right, so they're all
Okay.
connected. At that point. All right, so we're making 4.
That
Yes.
works.
Okay, then just keep track. You get it, in terms of gold cost, right? Keep track of how much gold.
Let me see, 50 a pair. I think is there an uncommon? No, 250. 250 a
I mean-
piece. Then, if we're gonna make them a 4-way, we'll say it's 250 per horn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so a total of
out of the
1,000.
treasury.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think we
that's
just take it out of the
another
treasury.
1,000 out of the treasury. I'm gonna go ahead and just drag the sending stone item in. It's just a placeholder item. There's no, I believe, no attunement or anything really required to the item. In addition, obviously we're homebrewing at that point in terms of what the item does. Back of what we all have. Okay. All right, everyone should have the item in their inventories now, so just keep track that they have it. So you got that horn. You're maybe testing them out before you head over to, or on the way, right, to the keep. Actually putting them in your ears, vocalizing them out, and everyone's kind of hearing them at the same time, and the sending. So, what these do, if I recall correctly, the last time that I went into these in depth, is that I think it's from acquisitions, right? Like a
I
type
think
of-
there's standard
Right.
items.
it's a
It's just
standard
the sending
item,
spell.
but I think it's supposed to be like a guild item that's really specific to a book.
Oh, I
Um,
think there is a variant for that. Yeah.
Let's see, which is what the D&D Beyond pulled into your inventories. It looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, that came from Acquisitions Inc. Yeah.
It's a flip stone. I just picture like a flip phone. Just
Exactly what I was just thinking when I read that.
There,
Okay,
there's
yeah,
both.
so-
There's one in the DMG and one in acquisitions.
Yeah,
It's an
which is-
obnoxious ringtone that you can't work out how to change.
Diddling-ding, diddling-ding, diddling-ding-ding.
Hit him with that Nokia ringtone.
Oh, I see. Okay, hold on. I got two different ones in my.
Oh.
It's voice activated, so every time you talk to someone, it tries to send a message to someone else. This is all the D8 rolls for the quarks. That's pretty good. That would be a
Could you
Tartan
imagine
one right there.
That
That would be
Okay.
a Tartan one.
the one that I'm dragging to inventory. This is the correct one.
Okay, yep.
I
That
have
looks
two.
more like it.
They're like literally named the same thing.
Although the other one does sound like fun when you roll the D8 to see what the quirk is you get.
Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, so this should all be into your inventory now. Okay, so it's sending stones,
Oh.
plural, for the one that's not from the. Yeah, so this one's in the DMG. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I have it in the campaign. I was wondering. I was like, when I wrote this, I didn't have any rule books to go along with, because back in the day there wasn't any of this 5e material. Technically, it's the 3.5 adventure when it was really wrote. Okay, so setting stones come in pairs. For this, they don't come in pairs; they're all connected. Touch a stone, you can use an action to cast a sending spell from it that targets the bearer. The rest of the stones here, particularly the horns, and then if no creature bears the other, so if none of you actually have it ready to go in terms of like ready to go in terms of I don't have it in my possession. Okay. So it's not in your possession. You know that for all of you. So this is actually really useful in another way. So if one of you actually gets captured, maybe the items are stripped, or one of you is like killed, right? And you don't know, or there's a barrier of divination in terms of not just upon yourselves, but in turn another barrier overlapping. We talked about being immune to divination magic and things. That doesn't actually pertain to the individual's connection to an item through an item, right? So if it's an item to item, right? So that kind of came into play when we talked about the tavern up in Othema with sorry, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying. So I believe these can only be used once, and they can, yeah, if I read it, yep. And then we're gonna call it if one of the horns is destroyed, then they all don't work.
Yep, makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not gonna
So
add the
it's
items.
used once until the next day, right?
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
used
It's once per
per
day.
Okay.
Once
yeah,
per
okay.
day. Yeah.
Okay.
But you have 4
Make sure I
uses
read that right.
technically, right?
Yeah.
4
Yeah.
uses technically.
Right.
We could all send
Right.
one message. Yeah.
You could all send one message.
Mhm.
So that's really, really helpful. Okay. So at this point, you're heading in the direction of the keep. We'll advance it the additional hour. And people are moving around. I'm not going to traverse to the map. I'm just going to create the sound effects. Well, that noise is a little exaggerated. There you go. Okay. So, particularly the large... Why the distant shouting is so loud? Okay. So, heading into the keep doors are actually closed. So, just so you know. So, the actual, like, main double wooden door is barred and shut. There are soldiers up there that recognize you both, particularly Dahi. They eventually kind of shout orders down below, and they unbar that door. They let you into the courtyard that faces outwards of the keep. The keep is shut, locked, and guarded by a series of soldiers on the outside, stationed ready to go. Stable master, working diligently along with others now to move horses and other supplies and things by wagon and cart in the direction of the western wall. The construction that had been happening with their kind of spiral, circular wheeled cranes and these platforms and stuff, that's suspended. You don't see any of the construction crew. The darkness as the sun begins to set, the rain pouring down. The blacksmith that's currently there in the supply house on the south side of the courtyard still working. All that's happening. Horse traffic coming and going is loud here at this point. And you don't really know where the commander is. There's no one here actually shouting orders or directing anything. So as soon as you kind of come into the courtyard, you're just like standing there and a little bit confused. One of the soldiers that's at the keep, that's stationed there, begins to walk over immediately. A human with bluish eyes, blondish features in terms of facial hair and scrub, maybe like 19 of age, wearing a chain shirt, as well as a tabard of green, kind of overcasting down, holding a shield and battle axe. Are you all soldiers?
No.
Hey,
We're here to help.
point in the direction of the wall. Hey, what? Who are these? Begin to look down. We saw him with the commander earlier. That one's Dahi. We just let him in. Hey. They begin to turn back to their post, facing outwards.
Pleasure.
What? I can take you to Commander Remar Luna if you want. Or another commander on any of the other regiments.
No.
They're all getting
Remar.
set up at their...
Remar will be fine.
Remar? Okay. They're at the center of the wall. The rest of the regiments are getting set up in their respective places.
He'll put us where he needs us to go, and we'll chip in as we can.
Okay, sounds good. Follow me. We get ahead south around the keep, hitting the jousting grounds, and then passing into a wooded area, right? Because the small wood pours in. Some of the trees are cut down. Pathways have been made. Rock have been also laid down for roads, slightly in muddyish areas. And you begin to pass by soldiers actually pushing mangonels, some of these pathways. There's pulled by horses as well, some of them. They're quite heavy. These mangonels or catapults are being moved. There's wagons behind them with horses carrying large boulders and things. And you're actually walking at a little bit of faster pace than they would be moved. And they're getting pushed in the direction of the wall itself as well. So you're accompanying the soldier. Eventually you get into a distance of space that you're seeing the formation of torchlight as well as just lights in general from those at the mangonels that are already positioned at the wall. The central point of this space. The wall is not impressive at all. It's pretty much like 10 feet high on the western side. This is what's been described in the rest of the walls. And it's like a loose rock with a kind of a flat area that you can stand on top with a loose little bit lip of cover that you can't really just topple down over. There are ladders that work themselves up to the walls. And so the soldiers that are currently on there, crossbows, they're handing supplies up to one another and getting themselves upon the actual wall itself. The sounds at this point, the horse carts and that sort of thing, that's actually now stopped. And the shouting becomes more dwindled as individuals are getting themselves rather into position, right? So the shouting is now being more spaced, and as everyone's kind of getting themselves ready to go. I would probably say 20 minutes have passed during this short hike. The keep grounds are actually pretty decent in terms of also delegated talking with people and moving through some of the wood and probably just waiting a little bit through in the courtyard. So you now kind of see the torchlight, eventually see the Commander Remar Luna up on the wall, is shouting orders and directions and left and right, walking and pacing. Lesser commanders, right, we're talking about third, second, they're kind of coming to and they're looking up in the direction of them and yelling stuff out, and then they're running back to their regiments if they're close by. Others are soldiers, being like, I'm with Commander, blah, 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 and they're kind of yelling out words. And they all begin to showcase that they have some colors So now they have greens, and some of them actually have painted symbols with their particular regiments, which is something you didn't particularly see as I noted the soldiers that were void of surcoat and tabard. They actually now have some unification, showcasing that they do actually dress up for like battle time. So before we get into the next level of things, we're going to go ahead and take a break. We'll take a 10-minute break here before we get into the next thing with Commander Remar Luna and potentially what is happening with this attack. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. We'll be back in 10 minutes or so, which pushes us about 6:45 p.m. PST, and hopefully you join us then. So, see you in a bit.
Chat.
Chat.
See you soon.
All right. Oh, jeez. Fix
Ah,
the
geez,
camera.
right?
Hold on. I knew this was going to happen. All right. Let's get it there. Just the monitor. Sorry. I got a desk. And now I'm sitting. So now I got to adjust it. I got to figure out. I got to get two cameras, is what it is. Camera one, camera two. Camera one, camera two. Okay. This seems like I'm in frame. Everything's okay. If you get that reference. So coming back into the section here, you all have taken the day for crafting and really just waiting for this thing to happen, whatever it is in terms of attack. Dahi, you have a little bit of experience, right? Getting to the walls, fighting here, and then it really is simple. Getting on the walls, shooting crossbows. They're burying themselves in the trench, and the dog's going
Back
crazy.
dog.
So
He was
the dog is really.
I think he's trying to. I think he's trying to kill something tonight. Oh my god!
I think so. Let's see if I could work my camera just a little bit. A little more. Aim down. Okay, that's a little better. Okay. So you all are heading that way. Courtesy of a soldier, they have now kind of pointed in the direction. Now that you see the torchlight through the trees as they become more sparse from the ground, that soldier is now heading back to their post. They're not going to stick around here or wait around here for all of this to occur. Right? They're just going to go. So you now can see the Commander Remar Luna up there on the wall, shouting orders, yelling at things. I'm going to create the rain that's falling down, and then the shouting in terms of orders and yelling and these things. There are two mangonels currently in this section of the middle. The mangonels are being loaded with rocks and stones, and then they are in position getting ready to fire.
Oh, I think we
So
should probably
should
make
we
our
go-
way to the wall.
Yeah, let's go join the fun. This is such a big map.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome surprise, I hope. Maybe not.
I mean,
Oh, that's good.
it kind of terrifies me.
Does that terrify you?
It's so fucking big. Though, I suppose it has to go better this time than last time. At least for me personally.
Commander Remar, where should I place myself?
To climb up the ladder, turns around, looks at you. Oh, you all here? I thought you all hit. Oh, that's right. You said you all gonna stick around. The place yourselves all right being by my side. Take a look at what we got going on. No worries. Looks you good with that bow. Rest of y'all, we got raised weapons.
No ranged weapons, but I can
Range weapon.
play some music.
Play some music.
Hey,
Cost music
everyone enjoys some
intensifies.
music, man.
Everyone's enjoys some music, man.
I would tell you, dude.
All right, we play your music if you all want. No worries. Oh, we're just fixing, waiting for this attack to happen. All this could be now, between the night, we're all ready. We're standing here on our posts, ready to go. As soon as that fog
Where do they
begins to roll
usually
in,
come
we know.
from?
Points the direction to west. Through the Smallwood, right there. See, we already got the trench lit. You see little sparkles of flickering light. Like they've actually made campfires, torches in the actual tops ends of the spikes, and it's giving off kind of some light, right? It's not that the trench is on fire. It's that they've had little areas where they're lighting because they need to see the targets at the dead of night. And so this is kind of their go-to for that light.
Do you have scouts out there to warn?
Well, we pulled all the scouts back. There's no reason for them to be there. Fog rolls in, and then shortly after that, they attack. That's all we need. No reason to have patrols and getting themselves killed on out there. At this point, the shouting begins to subside. People all kind of get settled in. What do y'all have any questions for me? Oh, wait.
Is there anything that does not damage these, or are they damaged
You mean
by
nothing-
everything?
You mean, is there anything that would be lethal to them?
No, is there anything that's not? Is there anything we should avoid using on them?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say there's nothing you could avoid on them. Everything's pretty effective on them. Just using some bolts on them, probably burning them at the time. They're dead at that point, dead. I would say that everything is effective when we've used at our disposal.
How long before you think they'll attack?
I'm not entirely sure. Based on the observations from our patrol before we pulled them back, we should be attacking in the next 2 hours.
Just curious here. Last we talked, you said it would probably be like a couple weeks before this happened. What have these been speeding up, or have you noticed more frequency in these attacks, or is this something that's a little odd that it's so close to the last one?
Well, they've been gradually increasing. That's been happening over the course of months of these attacks, and steadily increasing. Based on what we observed before, we've never seen such a turnaround as this. They have simply left and doubled back around. So, curious to see what they got in store for us now. But I'm sure it's going to be less of what they faced before, and from that, it was nothing much at all. But we got the Mangonels ready. These puppies are going to be good. Launching off, killing them off en masse. Be all right.
And they never attack another side of the fort, just right here.
Just the western wall. Our soldiers are lined against it. Protect keeps ground. But yeah, they don't wrap around through the small border, attacking the rest of the town.
Do you happen to have a spare crossbow laying around anywhere?
Crossbow. Yeah. Hey. One moment.
Sure.
Ralph, give me a damn crossbow. Come on, there. You run back on and get yourself a little. Square. Hands crossbow. And the bolts. In case. Shuffles back over. Hands it to you. There you are. Have a crossbow. And some bolts.
Thank you. It's not my preferred way to fight, but, given the situation.
I understand. Sometimes you gotta do some things you don't normally do.
Indeed.
Alright, save in your inventory.
Got it. Thanks.
Just the nature of the game, I suppose. Find ourselves put in extraordinary circumstances.
Athos, you need a lesson on how to use that.
I think I'll manage. Pointing in the
Sharp
center.
click.
Sharp in toward the bad guys, and click.
Has to be easier than throwing a dagger.
Oh, I suppose if you're interested, you could try these. Dahi will pull out some magic stones if you prefer to use those.
No, that's all right. Thank you, Alex.
All
I
right.
suspect if we get down to that, I'll just get closer.
Well, they're more effective than meets the eye, but I won't blame you.
I wouldn't recommend hopping out from the wall, but yeah, you can always, after the foray fight concludes, you might be able to pass on and do your investigations. But, all right. Now, well, waiting game now.
Pardon, can we get some music to pass the time, maybe?
Yeah, while we get that music going.
Like maybe some inspiration all around, huh?
We playing the drums with a tempered pace, essentially to keep anyone's nerves down and try to match their heartbeat to that kind of pace type of thing. So
Because nothing calms people down like a constant heartbeat sound.
pretty much.
Literally everybody has an anxiety attack.
I kill everyone on the wall. Well, that's a shame. But think about all the XP.
Get out your breathing bags.
Oh. I'm not sure we get experience for killing friendly people.
Are they friendly if I killed them?
Yes.
Oh no, I gotta turn the torches back on. Oh, I forgot the time thing. I advanced the time clock. It was not good.
Oh, really?
I love it.
The torches go out.
The torches go out. Put the torches back on. That's so
funny.
funny. That's funny.
Well, Commander, do you usually not keep track of your torches like that?
Sorry, I advanced the time and set the torches down.
That's quite powerful.
Time magic. I've heard of that.
Yeah, it's something to do with Foundry and automation.
And just casually pulls out his ocarina, plays the Song of the Sun.
So
Oh, maybe
after
that's
an
what I should
hour,
be playing.
after an hour or so has passed by, you notice the fog begins to roll in, causing occlusion in terms of your distance of sight. The fog is actually pushing past the spiked palisade and continues to kind of roll forward, which is coming at the surprise of the commander. The commander is surprised by that effect, that that there would be the fog this close. And just kind of looking at it, it's like rolling through, just kind of looking.
It's just the
don't
fog
worry
that makes
there.
everyone crazy.
Yeah, it's never came this far, but it should be all right. No worries there. Everyone, steadfast, stay still. Keep sight lines intact. Expect the undead to pour themselves through. Continues
Turn to
stare.
my... Oh, sorry.
Oh, go for it.
Just gotta turn to the party real quick and hopefully not where anybody else can hear, but this is a little bit concerning. It's a faster attack. The fog has come in further than it ever has before. And the lights went out. I'm kidding about that one, but this seems concerning that things have changed so much, and it's only been since we've showed up here. Just
You worry
be
too
aware.
much.
You don't worry enough, Tardan.
Yeah, he's got a fair point, though. I could...
Which one, me or Tardan?
Both, actually. I could attempt to go scout it out.
Well,
Don't know how
we're
far
better
they are.
together.
I don't think we separate. I just everybody be on guard. I don't think we. I mean, we obviously don't know what's going to happen, but I'm not sure anybody really knows right now at this point here. This is all different.
I am a little hungry. I did forget to eat while I was teaching Merlin, so if it gives me an excuse to turn into a T-Rex and eat some people.
Imagine
you
you're
eat,
undead will give you
like,
mighty indigestion.
Yeah, that probably wouldn't taste very good. If you eat like 400 pounds of food while you're polymorphed and then you change back, are you still carrying 400 pounds of food in your gut? Are you forced to immediately expel it?
I don't think that's how that works, because if that was the case, then all of my armor would break as well. If it was that much of a physical change, I think the magic does some compaction there.
You stopped up for days.
It wouldn't be the first time. As you can imagine on the road, when you're performing shows for money, you don't always get the best, well-balanced meals.
Yeah, you shouldn't drink the water.
I mean, the good news is Bruga's now taught you how to clean pipes, so
I am really good at cleaning pipes.
Dahi's like, what the fuck is going on?
Dahi's
This is
already heard
something
about
of this
Bruga's
world I
pipes.
do not wish to explore.
It's a form
Ruga's
of battle
pipes-
meditation.
Are very, very impressive.
Well, I just wanted to kind of bring that up so that everybody's on guard. Dying's not fun. Trust me.
So as time has passed by, you now are getting relatively to midnight. I'm not going to advance the time clock because we're going to have
The
time.
torches will go out.
The fog has moved in a dramatic pace. At this point, you are expecting something to begin to emerge. Your sight line, the fog becomes so dense that some of the torchlight is actually shunted, suspended, because the torchlight is from the large trench is hitting in to the fog, and that fog is rolling in on itself, becoming quite thick, quite dense. And as you begin to wait, you now are starting to see undead creatures emerging from the fog. Not many of them. In fact, only really one. But then, after several seconds, they're on a run, passing forward and through. As they're on a run moving, they're not just any undead, but leading the charge is a heavily armored, large figure covered in black plated metal, holding a weapon of some kind with a shield made of similar metal. They are also moving in formation on this run, with creatures at their backsides not to go any faster than them. As they're passing forward, they're moving as one unit coming forward. There are 3 of these groups passing in towards the trench. You see as the soldiers along the wall are staring slightly in disbelief as they see the large hulking figures come to the visible light of the fog. Commander is as well, standing looking left and right. Simply yells, "Hold fast! We will win this day! Mangonels, prepare to fire!" Begins to move the mangonels, pointing in the directions of where the forces are, giving them angles such as bearings. The mangonels are beginning to pull in the direction. The crossbows begin to raise, begins to point and yell in the directions of concentrations of fire. Everyone to roll initiatives.
We're all gonna die here. Smile.
Oh, yeah, without
Oh.
initiative.
Bro, I need to stop wasting all my nat 20s. What the fuck is this?
I rolled rather poorly.
Yeah, I did too.
Rolled rather poorly, got an 18.
All right, so combat is going to work differently. This is not your usual combat in 5th edition. We are going to roll turn order for only you and the commander. Commander is going to be essentially the order of soldier to Mangonel. They are going to be working in tandem together, and they will be using mob attack rules in terms of their firing. They also might use batch rules intentionally of an armored target, so they get to choose between the two. Mangonels will always fire. Mangonels need to have a series of soldiers. They need 3 at least. 3 at least of these soldiers in order to be able to fire the mangonels. Now, the creatures are going to be at the end of the turn order. Okay? So they are not going to have their initiatives roll because they're actually moving together as a unit. And so they're actually going to be moving as slow as their slowest, and they are going to be coordinating their efforts. Eventually, they will be rolling their initiatives. Okay? So, without further ado, we're now coming to the top. Round 1. Tardin, you are up first. What are we doing?
You know, I'm going to do something kind of crazy. I'm actually going to play my drums to try to help focus these guys. But but I'm actually going to channel my gift to charm them and kind of force them through the words of the song to aim true and like just use it to charm the troops so nobody freaks out at the new. That makes
Okay,
sense.
so you're deciding that you want to use your gift to invoke it and to charm with your music. You
Yes.
realize it's not selective. So that'll
right.
impact everybody in the range.
Yeah,
that
maybe I
you
don't do that.
That's a good
This is
thought.
your party.
Yeah, I forgot that you guys were like right behind me. Because I just wanted to help the soldiers like stay calm. So I was like, yeah, I'll just charm them and tell them to shoot. Like, that's fine. Okay, maybe not that. All right, well then, we're gonna do a tartan thing, and I'm gonna jump off the wall. It's 10 feet, right?
That's correct. 10 feet. You don't have to incur fall damage or difficult terrain when you're jumping down.
And we're going to actually pull out the Sunblade and the shield instead of the drums.
Did you want a potion before you go?
No, this is fine.
All right.
And I'm just going to use my bonus action to turn on the Sunblade, and then I'm going to dash out to provide more light into the darkness for people. Because why not? That sounds like a great idea from Tardan. And then I will
Okay, I
end my
think
turn.
they have 15 feet of bright and additional 15 feet of dim. So 30 dim and 15 bright should be relevant too now.
Yep, and then I
So your
can
token.
use... Yeah. Okay. Yep, and then I will end my turn there.
Oh. It's,
There you go. All right, Athos, you're up next.
Alright, so I have to move. Bonus action. Okay, yeah, he's going to mutter about Tardan doing Tardan things and then hop down. Bonus action dash. And then he's going to cast Protection from Evil on Tardan.
Okay.
Ooh.
Protection from evil. All right.
Is that a new one you just got?
Well, no, he's a cleric, so like I've never prepared it before, but he could always do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he's out, so that's going to end his turn. But don't die because he's leaving. He's not staying here.
I love it. All right, Dahi, you're up next. Not staying here.
Don't die, I'm out. Bonus action hide.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Y'all really running off the wall? Yeah. Death
Mhm.
wish.
They can't reach though. None. They aren't.
That's
That's
true.
hard.
That's true.
How far was that?
That's 215 feet.
Yeah.
210? Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Actually, Dahi would hop down and go use an action to help with the mangonel for now.
Just to kind of go over there and just assist them.
Yeah, if it speeds it up at all. I know it's probably a 3 or 4 man job that's already defined, but you'll bonus action, make some magic stones, and then go help out with the mangonel.
Okay. That's good.
Yep. So I'll just move myself down there, spend my action helping, bonus action stones.
Okay. End your turn whenever you want.
Oh, yep. I forgot you have the manual end turn.
I can edit for you, but
Nah, it's good.
I could let you choose to do it.
Yes.
Player
Yes.
agency.
Player agency is the best.
Yeah.
Ares, you're up next.
I'll move next to the commander. And, you mind if I go ahead and take a shot at the lead one?
Yeah, take shots. Arrows. Launch them. Fire away.
All right, I'm gonna take a shot at the lead guy there that I targeted.
Okay. All right, you fire off. The arrow begins to fire. 11. You see it hit into the heavily plate armor and not connect.
It's a little far tougher than actually. I'll use a bonus action to redirect at the one that's hard to tell you, but this one right here, right behind him.
Okay. Make another attack roll.
Oh, son of a.
25
Yes.
hits. The arrow bounces off and then comes at a redirection. 25 hits, 21 points of piercing and psychic damage. That one in the distance, just a shadowy movement. So far away, you're just not seeing a whole lot of detail with the fog. Just seeing shadowy targets. This one, a medium-sized humanoid of some kind.
Yep, and I will take my second attack at the one to lead again.
All right, 12 misses. Bounces off.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see those things out there, huh? And I'll end my turn.
All right, we now come to the commander. Commander begins to yell out in the direction of the groupings, pointing for the top end. 3 groups begin to fire at the top lane. 2 groups begin to fire at the bottom lane. They're now going to be launching their series of attacks. For this, I'm going to go ahead and do the manual for these largers. All right. So, you can see a total of 23 points of damage after a volley of 15 of the crossbows begin to fire at the top lane lead, begins to pin cushion slightly with other bolts begin to fire off at the distance of the foray. Another volley begins to happen in the direction of those south and the southern lane. None of those connect. Crossbows and the 10 begin to fire at the southern lane, hitting in metallic armor. A lot of them are distant and too far away to be able to get good connections. I'm also saying that this is a little bit far, so disadvantages would be imposed, and it'd be control and even probably further than the crossbows allow. I'm actually doing straight rolls, and then I'm halving them in terms of what they're connected. It's just FYI, so that's how I'm kind of imposing some slight disadvantage. Just kind of halving what would be able to be hit, which is still the same probability. We now come to the Mangonels. Mangonels' commander begins to yell out, points in the direction of the middle lane for the Mangonels to fire and concentrate their fire at the center point of those spaces. First Mangonel begins to take aim and then begins to fire in the direction of the central target. Mel begins to fire, animation imposed. Applying damage automatically. 45 points of bludgeoning damage begins to land at a normal point. You notice as they are beginning to be hit, as the catapult begins to fire on top of them. Crushed intermediary, most of them, at the backdrop of the catapult fire. Disappearing, the one at the head takes multiple pieces of the shrapnel. Still stands. Then the second Mangonel begins to take aim, prepare to fire the same exact space. Both of them coordinating efforts. This one slightly further back, attempting to hit more additional targets. They concentrate their fire in relatively the same space, applying damage. He is the one and the lead is hit and crushed for a total of 43 points of bludgeoning damage. Rolling dice. The damage being so surmountable, none move after the Mangonels are launched. One, the other, crushing into the space. Commander then continues to yell orders and commands. Reload! Fire left, fire right, red lane! Begins to grab one of the nearby soldiers down below, yells instructions and orders. Head north, head south. Get an understanding of what the rest of the wall is facing. Continue communication. They're then going to end their turn. At the end of their turn, we now come to the monstrous creatures. Okay. I'm now going to remove creatures, particularly from the board, for those that are dead. I'm not going to leave those tokens there. And there is a reason for which I'm doing this. Essentially because we don't want a lot of things just polluting the board. So, I'm going to go ahead and remove the middle lane by mass. Also going to be removing said templates. As that happens, you notice one of the lead creatures here. This lead creature begins to look in the direction of the actual entrenchment and is going to charge up the direction of the entrenchment, charging forward into the amount of space and crashes in. The large swing of their body, they are ramming into the actual spikes themselves. As they ram, they gore as this large skeleton structure begins to swing from left to right, ripping in to the spikes, then taking a great axe and coming through and cleaving back and forth. And as they do so, they are clearing a space of lane potentially can be surpassed. Now going to drop down tile onto the map, revealing said space and slightly aligning it the best I can. You now see the terrain of the map has changed. I'll say the actual spiked walling they have in the entrench is now cleared out and begins to topple down, forming a slight bridge over the muddiness of the pit. They begin to yell out in the direction of their undead creatures behind them as they begin to shift their bodies into the clearing, moving a distance of roughly 30 feet before they are ending the middle lane's turn. Now we come to the top lane moving together in unison. As they come through, they're together in this, and they begin to clear the space. In the same fashion, the creature up ahead, which seems to be holding a large morning star and shield. The creature behind it, hulking in the skeleton-like structure, is waiting eagerly to move. They are able to clear down the space as well. And with the rest of their movements, they are beginning to funnel through, slowly and surely, through the trench. So, as they're coming through, beginning to move through, clearing space. Same thing happens at the bottom side as they begin to advance. That is going to be the end of the creature's turn. Tarn, you're up. Top of round 2.
All right, well, Tartan has Tartan things to do. So he's going to give a thumbs up to Athos. Appreciate it. Make sure everyone else doesn't die. And I'm going to walk forward my 30 feet. And with my action, I'm going to extend the light of the sword by 5 feet in both brightness and dimness. And then that will, I will actually bonus action Bardic Inspiration on Sir Athos. Where is my Bardics? There's my Bardic. And then I will end turn.
Ending turn. Athos, you're up next.
Everything is so far away. Yeah, no, he's piecing out of here. He's gonna
Later, Tartan.
move, bonus action dash. And then let's see. We got distance wise. 210. Yeah. He's gonna take a shot. I assume at disadvantage because the range on this thing is 100 feet. At the Minotaur skeleton-looking dude.
Okay.
Does it do the range automatically, or do I need to hold down control?
I think you need to hold down control.
Okay. That didn't work. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Well, we got to roll through. Literally at the central one, the natural one comes through. Looks like the large hulking skeleton ones, I might actually have to redrop them onto the board because they're having a little bit of problems loading their token work in. But I can mainly keep note and track of things. So the natural one is going to come through as you land. You're getting a feel for the weapon. And strikingly, what happens, Ares, is you're literally right next to them. You can
Motherfucker.
see that it jams and almost hits in the string and that comes back, like just like you saw the dwarf. It almost had a malfunction right into Athos's face, but Athos catches it, begins to fix, just a jam, pulls the crossbow bolt out, gets a new one in, ready to go. And you just stare at it, and then just slightly you look down the line, you can just stare down the torchlight as a small gnome. You know, back of your mind.
He set up Athos.
Every bastard.
You know,
Damn it, Athos, I'm sorry. I told him to fix these before we got up here.
I think you were right. This is more complicated than it looks. Elanders turn.
You'll get the hang of it. You're a smart guy.
All right, Dahi, you're up next.
You're muted.
You are muted if you're talking.
Ah, sorry. I have a squeaky chair, so. I don't seem to be moving that fast. It's gonna take a while for them to get into range of me, even for that white space. Yeah, that's okay. He will spend one more action helping with the mangonel at this time, and then I don't think there's anything he needs to do with his bonus action right now.
Okay.
So that'll be his turn. He's just gonna be ready to go back to the wall.
Okay, that's good. Ares?
So, looks like everybody concentrated fire on the front one. The closest one, although not by much, is north. I'm gonna go ahead and target the one that's closest, although not by a lot, up here in the north part. The big
Okay.
dude in front, and I'm gonna take a shot at him.
Okay. All right, 24 is going to hit. You deal 28 points of piercing and psychic damage. Zips in underneath some of the plate armor. You see it kind of pulls back. Rushes into the earth, staggered a little bit, and continues to move forward.
Yep, I'm gonna take my second shot at him as well.
Okay. Second shot, 17 hits. Zips in, 24 total points of piercing and psychic damage. Takes the blow into the belly, continues to move forward.
Yeah. Oh, he didn't end his turn. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Or maybe I'm missing it.
Okay.
yep.
All
Okay.
good.
Sorry. Still getting you
no, you're
stepping
good.
on.
No, you're good. And I'll look at Athos and say, "See, it's that easy," and I will end my turn.
All right. We now come to the commander. On coming to the commander is going to call out similar stations of the north, continuing to target fire the three groups on the north side, particularly for the creature that is above there. Giving some dice rolls outwards to try to target fire the large hulking creature out front. Two of them are going to hit. That's not right. I need 2d10. There's the back. Comes through, deals a total of 11 points of damage to the creature. Sees the creature is going to topple down for a brief moment after being hit, falling to a half knee, and then picks itself up. So it continues to move forward. Sees the commander yells out then about bottom to fire, do something in a similar fashion to the creature that is far off in the distant pastures to the south lane. Firing off their volley of 10 of these crossbows. Firing off another additional forces here. Only one of them is going to hit. That is going to do only 4 points of piercing damage to the creature. At that point, motions the mangonels in the respective places, firing left and firing right. First mangonel firing is the one on the south side. That is loaded and ready to go. Fires the clustered forces on the south side. Fires 46 total points of piercing damage as it begins to crush into the targets here. Rolls are coming through. As the creatures are crushed by the imminence of the rock and smoldering, two of the figures, one tall, is on the lead with the heavily plated armor, and the skeletanoid creature in the backside still alive as the first mangonel launches, dealing a critical blow at the bottom mass. Next mangonel begins to fire, this one targeting in a similar fashion on the north side. Mangonel fires off, 55 total points of bludgeoning damage dealt as it begins to land and crush into the targets. As it begins to crush into the targets, you notice that two of them still alive. The catapult has launched down upon them. The large hulking metallic figure at the lead, after falling to halfly from a bolt, has been hit by a rock in the head, cleaving half of its head off, and it still moves, continuing to press forward. Another one, the skeletanoid in the back, has been toppled through with multiple bits of rock and boulder, and yet that one still moves as well. The commander continues to yell out orders and ends their turn. We now come to the undead creatures. Clearing the board. I'm going to go ahead and remove. Let's see here. Detaching elements. Here we go. Come to the north side. It's at this point that the north side begins to fan outwards. Seeing the mangonels showcases slight intelligence. One of the creatures, which is the large hulking figure, begins to run in a full dash into the darkness, disappearing into the middle of the fog. Begin to run. The rest of them begin to press forward slightly. Let's see. I might have to. Oh no, they're all bugged. I can't move them.
Oh, they're dead.
No.
Oh, too bad.
Uh-oh. I knew this was going to be a problem. I'm using token attacher, and I knew it was going to be a problem with the undead fortitude, but I did it anyways. That's so
Rip.
classic. Rest in
Rip.
peace.
Luckily, there's not that many of them, so it's fine.
We've had issues with token attacher before.
Yeah,
That
token
whole
attacher.
bird.
It's kind of a nightmare sometimes. Okay. Of no choice. Let's see if I can get. I don't even know if I can delete them because they seem to be attached to something. Not attached to this person. Let's see what I can do here. Might be able to manually try to. I have token attacher up and ready to go. They seem to work. Okay. That's going to be how I'm going to have to do this. Okay, that's fine. Okay. I'm going to delete the ones in the back then. I have token attacher enabled. It seems to work. All right, so the Minotaur, this large hulking bone-like Minotaur skeletanoid is going to move behind. Then the lesser creatures are going to move only at a 20-foot pace. So they're going to go slower here. Then we come to the skeletanoids. They're going to go 20 feet as well. But they're actually going to stop at the edge here. Then they're going to actually form up in a line, throwing themselves outwards in a line. They then begin to pull out their bows and they are taking an aim in the direction of the torchbearer that's holding on the north side of the wall. They are going to be firing short bows in the direction of that one. And I'm going to roll them with disadvantage here. Soldiers hit with 3 of the arrows.
Oh boy.
Soldier takes 16 points of damage and is dead. Sees the arrows all fall off in a volley, zip into one of the torchbearers, begin to fall to a half knee, and perish. The north lane has concluded. We now come to the middle lane. And I hope, yeah, this is okay. This works. This Skeletanoid begins to press forward, moving 40 feet into the darkness. The rest of them filling into space 20 feet, having difficulty with the trench. And then the Skeletanoids are going to move into the middle of the space with dashes as they begin to pull themselves through. Now come to the bottom lane. The leading tokens here. Dashes coming out from these, similar fashion to the north side, again showcasing their coordination efforts, and then they disappear into the darkness of the shroud. Skeletanoids begin to funnel themselves into quadrant groupings as they begin to pass forward. It would seem that they're not really drawn, Tarn, with your holy light visible from the sunblade, invoking it, creating a massive birth of light in the midst of the shadow and the fog. They appear to be running linearly, which means they're just running forward, and they're not veering as they get out, climbing out of this trench. They're not veering into your direction. They're just continuing to run at the wall. Tarn, now come to you at the top of round 3.
All right. That's unfortunate. I was hoping I could be a distraction. So, question for you, since it doesn't say anything about it in the actual item itself. If I was to, say, stab the Sunblade into the ground, would it stay here?
No, it has to be wielded to invoke the blade out from the hilt.
Got it.
So it would stay there, but not in the way that you're intended.
Yes. No. Okay. That's fine.
Lightsaber.
Rick and Morty, right? The lightsaber Rick and Morty just like continues to fall to the earth.
Then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put away the sword and shield. Oh, that wasn't what I wanted to click. I accidentally clicked off the map. Yeah, so I'm going to put away the sword and shield and pull out my lyre. And I'm going to move. Having watched most of the damage in the middle happen, I'm going to move south. And then with the fog, am I actually able to see that one with the dark vision?
That's correct.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Cool.
I have a vision limiter onto the map at the present moment, so your vision is limited to a range, and so that is realistic in terms of what you're able to see through this fog right now. Not entirely dense. Like I said, it's just kind of rolling back by the trench, and that creates a sight issue.
All right, well then with my nice little lyre, we are going to cast a spell.
Okay.
As soon as I figure out where it's at in my spell book. Here. We're going to cast Wall of Fire.
Okay. Wall of Fire extends. So, your Wall of Fire begins to roar and veer. As it does, it begins to pull itself up 60 feet long, 20 feet high, and you're having the front face, obviously, in the direction of your opponents here.
Yep.
You can see is that when you cast this spell, it's going to deal fire damage to each creature that ends its turn within 10 feet of that side or inside a wall. There's nothing particularly 10 feet, but there's one inside of the wall at current. And then there is going to be a dexterity saving throw made, I believe, from that target. Now, I don't think it immediately prompted upon the cast. I'm not getting a saving throw come through. So
Yeah, it
go
also
ahead
didn't
and,
ask me for damage.
yeah, so go ahead and roll the 5d8 manually here, and then I'll go ahead and make the dex save. Alright, you deal a total of 28 points of fire damage to the creature. As the creature sits into the flames roasting, you see the silhouette of it just kind of cresting and exploding out. In addition, I think I'm going to create a light effect for this wall of fire here. Let me see if I can create something that is kind of nice. I don't think I can create a line, but
No.
let's see. Rolling mass, pulsing wave, pulse, mysterious, light dome. Make it red. I want 60 feet, 30 right. There you go.
Ooh,
Nice.
that looks so ominous. I like it.
Additional light from the wall of
Super
fire.
That
Alright.
is
Say goodbye to your frames.
that is
So many animations right now.
So
that is
You
bad.
better-
badass, though.
That is. I will end my turn now. Very satisfied with myself.
All right, Athos, you're up next.
Oh, that's interesting. Since he got a pretty decent look at that one, he's gonna take a shot at it. Still at disadvantage.
Okay. All right, at disadvantage 7, it's unable. Take the crossbow, fire it off. You can see it zips in, and it's just too low and to the right.
Well, that's better, Athos. That's in the right direction.
Yes, it didn't explode this time.
That's
All right, Don,
very
you go
good. I'm
next.
proud of you.
So they are slowly getting closer. Out of character, is me helping with the mangonels actually giving any useful end effect, or am I wasting my turns here?
Out of character, no. 3 is to what needs to be run the mangonel. There's 2 extra to load it. You're really just helping load it, and they can do this. I mean, it's almost like too many cooks in the
Yep.
kitchen, so to speak.
Okay.
Right.
Well, if there's no benefit to it, then I guess I will, instead of measuring, actually run back up to the wall.
Okay.
And I think they are still outside of the range of my sling, so I will wait. I will dodge.
Taking the dodge. Okay.
Yep, and my turn.
All right.
All right, Ares, you're up
Uh,
next.
And if I heard you correctly, if we can see them in the fog, then they are eligible for attack.
If you can see their tokens, they're eligible for attack.
All right. So I'm going to target the same guy I was targeting before on the north side here.
All right, 23 is going to hit. You deal a total of 23 points of piercing and psychic damage. You see as you hit into the center of chest, falters to a half knee and picks itself up, half a head. Continues to run forward.
Jesus Christ, that one just refuses today.
I will use one of my features on him then, and I will use Grasping Arrow.
Yeah, love to see it.
All right, so when you strike the target,
Uh-oh.
you're going to wrap around. Let's see.
I got the error message, by the way. Sequencer can't be used or something like that. I don't know.
Oh,
I
because
didn't
it's
read
trying
the
to
whole thing.
it's trying to create the animation and put it. on
Oh,
the target.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All good. It happens sometimes. Let's see here. Creature hit by the arrow. It's going to take the additional damage here, but it doesn't take any poison damage at all. So it's just kind of
Yep.
wrapped in vines and it's kind of held there for a brief moment. But it seems to want to continue to run, which is only going to promise you more damage here in the future.
Only gonna help me out. All right, and seeing that they shot at the dude up top before trying to help these guys out. I'm going to go ahead and target one of the guys in the back here and take my second attack on one of the archer in the line in the north here.
Okay.
Does that hit or no?
10 is not going to hit.
All right, bonus action. I'm going to go to the one right north of him and curving shot.
Okay. So 17 is going to hit. It's going to deal a total of 21 points of piercing and psychic damage. That is going to take out that target.
Yep. All right, and then I will end my turn.
All right, ending turn. We now come to the Commander Remar Aluna. Commander Remar Aluna, seeing in the diversity of targets, the top side telling them now to fire at both of the large hulking figures to try to see if they can put, hopefully, one of them down. For this, I'm going to roll the 30 dice, particularly for the disadvantage, considering range. Cycling through it real quick in terms of the rolls.
Jiminy Christmas.
4 of them are going to hit. Let's say 2 of them are going to go to the top lead, and then the 2 are going to bounce to the back end. Let's see if they'll die, huh? Take 17 points of damage at the lead, and you see as the creature is going to die outright. The back end one here.
Son of a bitch.
I know, right? Hate to see it. All right, so getting the Thatcher tool just so I can interact here. An additional, ooh, that's some big damage. Additional 18 points of damage is dealt to the creature at the back end, and that creature is going to succumb to death as well. Both of the 2 hulking figures at the top end are hit by crossbows, piercing through. They topple down and die. Now, in terms of light and range, you notice that the lighting for both of these particular spaces to get to the trench and to that is lit by the glow of the torchlight. So this is why they're able to hit the targets. As we kind of stated, right, in terms of what you said, if you can see it, you can target it. In the same way that these soldiers are seeing the silhouettes even though it's outside the scope of their light. And regardless if that's always at disadvantage, and their range is always at disadvantage. So they're anticipating and they're firing, which allows them to target them. In the same way, you all can do that as well, right? So if you want to take the disadvantage to fire at something you can't see because it's concealed by the light, you can still anticipate and target. That's why I was stating that the targets themselves are really going in linear paths. So you can kind of work off of that and say, you know what? I can't really see that, right? But I'm going to try it. And at that point, I'm just going to have you roll, right? So just an FYI, that's what the kind of these soldiers are doing. Now we come to the back end soldiers, and they see that there is that one in the fire, and they are going to launch particularly at that one. I'm going to roll here. Only one of them is going to hit. Fortunately for the disadvantage, that does apply. They're going to do a total of 9 points of piercing damage. The creature does not rise. As it does, you see them fire off, zipping. One lands, falls to a half knee, and then falls forward into the fire, being roasted as it's collecting in fumes. Commander then targets for the Mangonels to launch and fire, continuing in the same spaces as they were firing before. Mangonel begins to launch, this time aimed slightly towards the back end where the skeletons lie. Grouped together in the trench, the Mangonel fires over and begins to topple down. 53 total points of bludgeoning damage is dealt. All the targets in that template are dead as the Mangonel fires. We now come to the top end. Looking for juiciness, they begin to focus, flipping themselves to one end of the grouping. 42 points of damage are dealt. They all die. As we now end the turn of the commander, we come to the creatures. We're now going to transition our on you. So, something strikingly. For all of you here, as you begin to listen, you are able to hear the large crashing of a creature far off into the distance of the small wood. The creature, the shifting of trees, is so loud that it shakes the ground of the wall. You can't see anything as the fog is too vast. The darkness is too much. But as you hear the shifting of trees, eventually the quaking stops. And then you can hear tree being thrown in the air, coming into visible light as it's thrown. It eventually crashes and lands into a bit of the wall. 4 soldiers hit by the tree. 46 total points of bludgeoning damage is dealt as the tree crashed into them and into the wall segment. You notice as the wall hits in, takes it, some of the tree kind of overhangs. One of the soldiers looks in the direction of their friends as the tree, smaller, begins to fall itself downwards from the wall. The wall sits slightly intact, yet to fall in that particular segment. Commander then looks in the direction, trying to gauge distance. Can't see anything. Begins to motion, waving around, trying to figure out what to do next. Before they can do that, more targets begin to appear in terms of the trench, led by more hulking figures. They begin to move forward in full runs, with zombified humans at the backdrop of themselves. Those that remain here, that have yet to be killed, we now come to their turns.
Can I ask a quick OOC question here?
Yeah.
Are those banners, are we supposed to see those, or is that just a way for you to track like the grouping and everything?
That you are supposed to see that. I have the opacity turned down. That's how I track things. Foundry is it. You know, there's backwards. There's other things, automation stuff. I tend to when I like to do this, I like to do it slightly manual in terms of how I'm working with things, because it's a little bit easier to keep track of stuff for me. Anyways.
Okay, so it's not like one of the guys has like a guide on with a symbol on it or anything.
No, it's simply
Okay.
it's simply an undertile to keep track of
Yep.
things. That's correct.
Okay, got it. I just want to make sure I wasn't, I don't want to miss anything at the end. You know what I'm saying? If there was some organization to this.
No, yeah, there is some organization in this, and it's really to keep track of the lanes for me. And so I'm actually going to like move some of these tiles right into the front of the trench to kind of keep track of where the lanes are. We're now going to come to the top lane here. Now, the forces of this lane are significantly dwindled, right? There's only 3 of these particular skeletons, and they're going to fire off at another that sits at the top side of soldiers. So they're just going to continuously send off arrows. Obviously, this is at disadvantage as they fire off this great range from these crooked bows that they have. None of the soldiers are hit. The arrows are going to fly too far, too fast. The rest of these creatures are now going to begin to pass into the direction of fog. Get my token HUD UI. Oh no, I can't even target, and I deleted the one that was in the lead. Oh, that's so horrendous.
Oh, that's
Are they just there forever? Oh
Woof.
my god.
Oh no. Oh no.
Well, zombies being zombies. Who would have thunk?
Pretty much. Is there a
Yeah,
way
you
that
thought
I
it was
can...
cute when we tried to delete them and you kept bringing them back. Nah, how do you like it?
Wow.
This can't get the brick.
What?
I think if that just means that they're dead right there, right?
Yeah.
Technically, they're
Well, the problem is you can see them, and I can't hide them because I can't select them. So I'm gonna see if I can actually delete them a different way here. Let's see. All right. Every time I interact with them, they're wanting to reset themselves. Okay, let me see if I can do something else here. This is where I need to figure out I can clear all token attaching things just to wipe the board. Ah, yes, okay. Can I set the... Can I kill them? I can kill them!
there you go. That is a good
I'm killing
XP.
them! Oh, I have to do it so hard though. I have to like double click a bit. Yeah, let's kill them all. Or kill them all individually. Just gonna wipe them off the board. Can I select them when they're dead? Probably not. But at least they're dead, so we know they're dead. Okay. Yeah, I still can't select them when they're dead. Okay. More zombies. All right, good ones. Yes, these are good. All right. Fantastic. I can move them.
Huzzah!
Huzzah. Okay, they're just going to be moving forward. Long story short, that's all they're doing. Skeletanoids are staying back by the trench. They're not going to be moving forward. All right, well, at least that's just the one. You don't have to worry about the bottom lane here. All right, so now we're going to come to the bottom lane. Okay? As we come to the bottom lane, we now are looking in the direction of the one on fire. The one on fire being roasted alive. You see as the one behind begins to look at the fire, stare, holds up a skeletanoid hand, and begins to motion, pointing to the north side. They begin to move 20 feet, then an additional 20 feet. The hulking figure begins to track them a little bit in a full run, and then begins to motion them in the direction of the wall. Upon motioning them in the direction of the wall, that one is making a full dash, as it does, circumventing the wall of fire, and then charging at the light with the head down. As it begins to gore, moving forward towards you, Tartan. The middle lane. Simply put, moving at an even pace as it had been before. Moving their entire movement speeds here in a dash. No arrows being fired. That is the end. Now come to round 4. Apologies for the delay there. I'm not going to use token detachment for this again. I thought it would be nice and convenient for me to drag in tokens, but I can see now it's having a hard time. So always good. What are we doing, Tartan?
Well, since he just displayed some level of intelligence, we're gonna go ahead and psychic lance him.
Okay. Okay, Psychic Lance coming through. The creature is going to take a total of 29 points of psychic damage and is going to die outright. You see as your psychic begins to penetrate through, if they are hit by the damage, shatter some of the bonework of the helm, or the head area, I should say, and then cracks down through its skeletanoid structure and begins to explode.
All right, I'm going to move diagonally this way to get in front of this next one, and I will end my turn here.
Still concentrating on the wall of fire. I'm going to put the concentration effect on you. Just an FYI, wasn't on there before. Athos, you're up next.
I'm not entirely sure the wall is all that safe anymore. At least maybe spread out a bit. He's gonna move.
Go join Tartan again.
30. No, he's not coming off the wall. But he's gonna move down here, and then bonus action dash another 30 feet to get like here, and then he's gonna shoot at a random zombie.
Okay.
Still a disadvantage.
Oh, let's go!
Wow. Nice job.
Those are the rolls I'm talking about.
Hell yeah.
Okay, you hit the creature for 8 points of piercing damage. Okay. This creature takes the blow right into the shoulder. Oh, continues to move forward.
I think getting the hang of this. That's gonna end his turn.
Much better.
All right,
I'm
Dahi,
so
you're
proud
next.
of you, Athos. Oh, you're way far away now, though.
Okay. So they're still not within range. Actually, this one might be. Let's see. Just barely. If I jump down, am I able to get back up the wall? Are there any ladders or ropes or ramparts to use?
Not on the front face of the wall, just in the back. There's only ladders.
Okay. Just 10 feet shy. Okay, well, then I will, this time seeing that they are about to get within range, move to where I can minimize the distance, and hold an action for when this big guy gets within 120 feet. And that's my turn.
Okay.
Hold on. There we go.
Awesome. Ares, you're up next.
All right, seeing these new foes come onto the battlefield, figuring Tartan has the one in front of him handled, I'm going to target one of the new guys coming on here.
Okay.
And I will now use my curving shots. I know that probably missed. Damn, that's just out of range. To go after one of the guys behind him.
Okay. $25 is going to connect. That deals a total of 27 points of piercing and psychic damage. Sees the creature bounces off the heavily plated, armored, hulking figure in front that comes back and then zips down into the head of one of the zombified creatures at the back, and just see a number just like topple down.
Now I'm going to target the guy in front of him again for my second attack.
Okay.
Let's go!
20! Nice! What? That's crazy! Okay, 40 points of piercing and psychic damage dealt. Zips into the center of the chest and neck reach. You see the arrow hit it, cleave a massive chunk of rotten flesh off. Still alive.
And that's why you leave Sharpshooter on. I'll end my turn.
Ending turn, we now come to the commander. The commander begins to point in the direction of the rest of the creatures here to kind of have at it, right? Just start firing off as best as they can and what targets that they can potentially hit and take out. In addition, Commander looks at you, Ares and Dahi, to the left and right. Whatever the fuck is launching that shit, you better go take it out right now. We don't have the forces. I'm still waiting back on orders, waiting back on responses to my orders up north and south to see if this all is happening there. It might be the only thing to stop that damn thing. Fire! You lot! Whatever you can hit, Magadels! Fire what approaches. Sees the crossbows. Still at a slight disadvantage for range here on the north side. They're going to simply fire off at the skeletons, the ones that are attempting to fire at them, significantly dwindled in their forces. I think I have 5 and 5 left. Gonna roll the disadvantage for this as I'm separating out the rolls particularly. Oh yeah, nice. 3 are going to hit. And I'll have that damage divvied out between them. 1 damage, then 8 and 8. As the return fire is successful from the top end soldiers. Now come to the bottom end. 10 are grouped here. They begin to look for potential targets. They're firing off at the south side, the zombified creatures, as best as they can. Another series of d20s comes out. 4 of them are going to be successful out of the 10, even with disadvantage against these zombified creatures. Healing at the top ones that are encroaching, 11 dealt, and then 9 dealt from the left and right zombified creatures of the bottom side lane. Now come to the Mangonels. Mangonels begin to look for the approaching groups, given orders to attack those that are coming into the trench, to not yet make more holes, and to focus on grouped combatants, particularly the heavily armored combatants that are being successful in clearing out the heavily spiked areas. Mangonel fires in the south side lane, near the serpentine-like symbol. Coming across, smashes into 4 of the zombified creatures, and the shield holds of one of the heavily armored plated, taking very little damage from that Mangonel shot. The top Mangonel is doing something similar and concentrating its fire, the serpentine symbol on the top lane. Fires off in group, still trying to target the heavily plated armored figure. 31 points of bludgeoning damage comes out. Flying damage. See as 2 of the figures die, 2 others succeed, surviving the Mangonel shot. Splinters. Perhaps the shrapnel was more space than normal. Commander continues to yell out orders, calling for reinforcements for the back line, particularly a clan Gilgal dwarfs yelling out. Another soldier departs from the backdrop of those reloading the Mangonels, and they begin to disappear into the shadows of the darkness of the back wall, potentially for reinforcements of dwarfs to help aid. We now come to the monstrous creatures. Monstrous creatures begin to move, some of the shadow and the light becoming into visible range from some of these creatures, as they're beginning to make dash actions working in unison from the shadows. There are more that lurk in the fog in the distance. Not yet the tree that is throwing these things. The tree emerging. Where is it? You're looking for it. You haven't seen it. Then you hear the crash of an uproot. And then it's thrown. You're waiting to see where it will go, hoping it's not on one of you. It's aimed towards a grouping of soldiers just to the south side, Dahi and Ares. As it crashes down, you
I was
see
standing there a minute ago.
as the soldiers are clipped for 52 points of bludgeoning damage. As the tree lands, smashing into them, crushing. You hear their screams crying outwards as they cry. Those soldiers are dead, one of which remains seemingly a savior from the lusts of these smaller deciduous trees that are being lobbed. As they come crashing down, they rope and smash. We now come to the top side lane with these undead creatures, which are really just movements and some arrows fired from some of the skeletons. The Skeletanoids are now going to be moving forward just slightly. And as such, I'm going to go ahead and re-put the tokens down because they're bugged. So, put their tokens down where it is relevant. And then I'm going to divvy out the damage that I had before. So, all they're doing here, and then I'm going to kill these bugged ones. More experience for y'all, don't worry. And then 3 shots going out at disadvantage direction of the guard after a slight movement into the shadows. None of them hit. Fantastic. come to continuing with the top side towards the serpentine-like symbol. This creature begins to move forward into the spiked of the wall. They begin to take their action to clear said spike out, creating a gap or a hole in otherwise vacant space. They then begin to move slightly into that space, slower now, as they're hit by shrapnels of that mangonel, but yet they continue to press forward. Pardon. Creature comes running up to you as it comes into the visible light of your sword. It moves with its head down, picking up its head and using what weapon it can reach you, which is an axe.
We are going to cast shield.
That's also at disadvantage from the protection from evil.
I'm just going to roll another one.
And as it has moved into range, may I take my held action attack when you get
Yeah,
one?
you can. Yep.
Okay.
Waiting for all these different effects to go off of the shield. Okay. So getting the
Yeah,
protection.
y'all over Michael
sh-
like white on
The
rice.
shield comes out. There's a lot of things that are happening on my end too. Some of the token attachment things aren't really working on my end too, so I'm having to deal with that too. But the shield comes out with this bubble begins to form. You notice as you hold up your shield, an aura of sorts, a ward of the actual protection from evil erupts, and that great axe hits in to the cliff and just veers off as if you've been warded by divine to not be hit by this creature. You then take the sling outwards, Dahi, whipping it around with the 12, just goes just past them. Just a bad miss. It's really far away. And it just kind of lands in the backdrop of the darkness. The rest of the creatures are continuing their advance, moving in dashes at their backdrop. And we now are having a convergence of the south lanes as well as the middle lanes of the first wave as they begin to funnel into the darkness. Some of them still light by the wall of fire, and now the lighting of the sword. Last but not least is the serpentine-like symbol, the one that sustained the most out of the mangonel shot on the south lane. This one begins to move forward with its movement, dragging the undead in tow because of the token attachment, which is really actually super funny on my end. I think they went invisible for you, but I don't know. We now come to them smashing and destroying in similar fashion to the rest of them, clearing a space and going slightly forward into the muck. They are clearing more and more space from this trench, otherwise impeding their movements. We now come to the top of round 5. Tardan, you are up.
Yep. Big scary skeleton boy. What am I gonna do about you? We're just gonna use my new favorite spell, Psychic Lance.
Lance.
Okay. Standing up now. Psychic Lance comes outwards. Looks like the creature is going to succeed. They're going to half the 23 to 11 here and take that downwards upon them. Notice that I stood up at my desk and I gotta adjust my camera. I gotta get 2 cameras here, I swear.
Oh, this is gonna suck.
You just need one like mine that auto frames you in the frame when you move.
I know, but I'm doing it so severely that it doesn't work. But this is a little bit. I actually needed the camera to be adjusted a little bit more.
No.
I think I'm okay. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna
Anything else, Tarn?
move towards the wall and take the attack of opportunity.
Okay. The creature is going to take that attack of opportunity. Obviously, it is going to be at disadvantage. I'm going to try to get that roll outwards at disadvantage here. I have to roll it twice, so no worries. Okay, I don't need to roll it twice. The attack is going to be a miss of the first roll. So the disadvantage is just going to wildly swing with its reaction coming through from left to right as you begin to run away and disappear into the slightly of your own light. And
Hey. Need some help here.
All right, Athos, you're up next.
You're fucking kidding me, right?
Certainly not going to stand around and wait to get hit by another one of those. I'm going to go find out what's lobbing trees at us. And he's just going to leap down into the darkness and let's see, was that 30 feet? And he'll action dash. And he'll bonus action dash. And that will end his turn.
Tahi, you're up next.
Okay. Now there's somebody within range, so he's going to make 2 attacks against that guy.
Coming with the sling, whipping it around.
Still have it targeted. Yep. So
That's 20!
Hey, buddy.
Oh,
You buddy.
Yeah, 27
Yeah.
points of bludgeoning damage. Holy shit.
with
Okay.
a sling?
Yeah, but it
Eight.
misses.
Shit.
It comes through with the secondary attack. The natural 20 deals 27 points of bludgeoning damage. You can see them smashed as multiple pieces of their fragments begin to splinter and crack, but they're continuing to move slightly at a half wobble forward.
And then he'll bonus action 3 more stones, and that will be his turn.
Okay. Ares, you're up next.
Oh boy. I'm assuming I heard Tardan yell like a little sissy. So I'm going to
Yeah.
attack the dude in front of him here.
All right, 15 is going to hit. You deal 26 points of piercing and psychic damage. You see the creature hit through the toppling of the center points of its chest cavity, splintering multiple of its ribs. It begins to falter down, toppling over on itself into a pile of bones.
All right, and I'm going to use my movement. Can I do movement and then attack again, or do I have to attack?
correct. You don't have to
Okay.
attack at the same time. You can move and then attack, move and then attack.
All right, so I'm going to move down here next to Tardan, and I'm going to attack the guy I attacked last time. While I'm attacking him, talk to Tardan and say, I hope you're happy I couldn't kill the other guy. Now, fuck me, that's a horrible roll.
8.
I use my
It's gonna be a
bonus.
miss.
I use my bonus action to
Okay.
target the dude behind him.
Okay. Driving the shot to one of the back soldiers here.
course.
These zombified troops that are in marching order. 24 is going to hit. 23 points of piercing and psychic damage is dealt. You see it hit, and again the same. You're just ricocheting your shots offwards. They're kind of coming back through the center chest of the zombified creature. Topples down and is dead.
And that's my 2 attacks. That will end my turn.
All right, we now come across to the commander. The commander is looking in the direction of its fallen soldiers here. Fallen soldiers scattering themselves across the board. It's calling for reinforcements. It's calling for aid. Not yet has arrived, but messengers from the north and south wall are yelling as they're coming downwards with torchlight, intentionally to inform of reports of other sides of this fight, of this battle. Regardless, the rest of the soldiers are given free rein. Captain, the commander, continues to give their orders. You notice that the 5 on the north side here are going to be trying to fire off in the general direction of darkness, getting disadvantaged, and they're just really aiming for those skeleton creatures that are moving forward and then fired a lot at them. They actually are going to be successful with 2 of those crossbows in landing in the direction, respectively, 5 and then 6 points of damage to the 2 skeletanoids at the far reaches of their shots. Now, they're the 5 that are next to the commander. They are going to be looking at the south side, the ones that are in the flame here with their light. They're still at, I believe, a disadvantage for heavy crossbows. In terms of range, I think they're 100 feet they need to be within, so they're a little bit past that. But they're going to be grouping themselves together to try to get a series of shots to pin some of these zombified creatures downwards. And they're going to be doing this along with the south side, which has equivalent of 6. So those are going to be a series of additional rolls here against them. They're actually going to be extremely successful here in terms of their rolls. 7 of them are going to hit with their crossbows. And they're going to concentrate on that batch of 3 that are in that really dense visible light. Without further ado, we do 9 points of damage to the one in front. Sees the creature takes that bolt and is still alive, passing over damage total of 17 to the one on the secondary, and then on the third takes 12 points of piercing damage, and that's the combined 7 shots that are kind of splintered as they're firing multiple crossbows, and that one zombified creature just kind of picks itself up from being targeted. We now come to the mangonels being fired. The mangonels, of course, being reloaded because they have enough soldiers to do so, are firing off at the same targets as they had done before. Unfortunately for them, it becomes more of a single target type endeavor, trying to focus fire on the big hulking figures that are still existing within the lot of these entrenched positions. The one onto the south of the serpentine-like symbol still stands after being hit by the shrapnel. North Mangonel fires off in similar fashion, begins to target that one on the top side. I'm going to pass that damage over to the other one I could have gotten to the template as well. 48 points of damage is dealt to that one, and then 48 damage is dealt to the one underneath that template there for the Mangonel shot. As they take the shrapnel, they die outright. The serpentine-like symbol, that push, even though they were able to get through the spiked, entrenched placements, that is staunched. Only 4 of those zombified creatures remain, but then one of the zombified creatures actually stands up. 5 there in that gap. After the Mangonel's fire, you then hear the crashing of a tree. As the tree begins to be pulled, another throw begins to emerge. Where does it land? That is the true question. And as the tree begins to be thrown, see it sent at the south side, targeting these soldiers in their positions. As the arrows, the trees land and topple them down, they're dealt 68 total points of bludgeoning damage. At this point, the commander begins to yell outwards to the soldiers to begin to separate, as the trees are not coming at them individually. They're coming at them as a group. They're being targeted. The soldiers are looking frantic, paced between one another, scared, not sure what to do. Commander continues to yell out, giving the orders. You then hear the sounds of that figure in the distance, far off, moving, thrashing the earth as it's moving perhaps to a different position. And then the air becomes cold. Breath begins to freeze slightly. And you're wondering what this effect is and why is this happening? And you can hear a skittering of sound. A series of clicks begin to echo out from the shadows and the fog. The creature in the air begins to send waves of some sound outwards. As you look up, left or right, you don't see it. You don't know where it is. We now come to the advancement of the zombified creatures first. In the top lane. Then the movement of a skeletanoid creature forward. At this point, I can actually target, because there's only one of those skeletons there. Short bow is going to come out. I'm going to roll a disadvantage here, as I should have done before. Keys are getting sticky. Soldier survives the arrow shot on the north side. They seem to be quite happy that they are dealing well with the north here. Coming to the serpentine symbol, one with the hulking figure is now dead. I'm going to go ahead and try to remove the assets here so I can move them around. Looks like I am successful here, which is great. Token Attacher's not failing me now, is it? These zombies are going to move in dashes to clear path. They don't care about anything, it seems. They're just climbing themselves out of the slight trench, pulling themselves out of the muck, and continuing their runs forward. The same way, they press upon you, Tardan. These creatures all continue their move in the run in your general direction. But the skeletons begin to fan outwards here. And they almost begin to form themselves into formation of a line. I'm going to do the best I can in terms of whether movements would be relative. And as they form themselves into a line after their dash actions, they pull out their bows, putting arrows in at the same time, pointing down at you. Again, their dash actions were there in place. Or begin to move on the serpentine-like symbol, 40 feet, pressing forward, just on the edge of your wall of fire. No damage is dealt there as they press forward through the depth of their destruction. Another one comes into view from the shadows with another horde at its backside, aimed at a gap in the trench. It doesn't need to stop. It's going to continue forward. You can hear and feel the sounds of more moving in the trees of the smallwood as they're encroaching themselves, moving closer and closer into visible range. Alas, not yet. We now are going to end the commander's turn, the last order given, to separate to space. Commander breathing that frost out of their mouth as well. As some
Yes, I said
creature
that 12
seems
seconds ago.
to have entered the battle. Showing you, Athos, perhaps, how caught off guard the commander really is. Setting them into a lull of sorts. Commander being of some age. Maybe they're a little bit out of their realm, who knows. Tardan, now come to the top of round 6. You are up.
Ish. I don't know what to do here.
I mean, T-Rex sounds good.
T-Rex has an intelligence of 2. You don't want a T-Rex right now. That's how I end up eating people on the wall.
Yeah, no, but you still maintain your own stuff, right?
My alignment and personality, but
You know, he gets
Food is
big.
food.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, giant ape wouldn't be a bad idea, but I have other plans. I just need to look at an item real quick. So I'm going to bonus action make the Sunblade disappear.
Okay.
Ares, you might want to get back on the wall.
Motherfucker.
Sorry, bud. And then I am going to go invisible.
Here we go. It's coming on. Ooh, look at all those invisibilities. You love to see it.
He left me again.
I didn't leave you. I told you to get onto the wall this time.
Motherfucker.
To be fair, I never asked you to come off the wall. I just said kill this big guy.
So you are
Oh my
turning
God.
invisible. That's your choice here.
Yep.
Okay. Your wall of fire then is going to dissipate from concentration loss. And that lighting effect is gone.
Yep.
So wall of fire begins to diminish magically.
And then I'm going to run in between these two hordes, and I will end my turn.
Ending turn. Athos. Turn.
Yes, well. So the light in the middle of the map, they're like torches or fires or something at the.
Yeah, so they have like they're very similar. If you had a sconce and you hammered it in, they basically split some of the logs, hammered in a sconce, and lit it with torchlight. So they're actually just like small flames, but in the heat of the light in the fog, right? It's giving off a decent amount of light here, and there's a lot of them. So they're just kind of lined up to create that light.
Okay. And he's just gonna let's see. That was movement and bonus action dash, and then he's going to action dash. Not quite coming into the light, but he's just gonna stop here.
Okay.
That'll end his turn.
All right, Dahi, you're up next.
Alrighty, let's see what we got here. They within range. We got a big old firing line of people there. Yes, they are. I did Magic Stone at the end of my last turn, so I should have stones. I will use my bonus action first to do a thing.
Okay.
I doesn't put the chat there, so let me. Basically, it makes me go invisible until the start of my next turn.
Yeah, Nature's Veil. Gotcha.
Yep.
I'm gonna make
So-
you invisible then.
And then, so it should be at normal to hit them because they're heavily obscured, but I'm also invisible. They can't see me. So I will target the skeleton firing line here. I can't actually.
All right.
Oh, I can't target them. Good.
Yeah, are they in range of you?
Yes.
You just
Yeah.
can't-
100,
Okay.
120 feet long range, but I have sharpshooter. So
Yeah, and you can see them a little bit with the lighting. and
Yes.
Stuff. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're gonna have advantage on the roll.
okay, I thought it was heavily obscured. So or heavy.
No,
darkness.
so this fog, the fog effect that's in the battlefield that we're facing now is light fog. It's not in concealment by any means. It's really just an effect that we can see visibly as it's funneling in. The heaviness of the fog that would provide any realm of concealment is back at the trench, which is
Got it.
actually where that vision limitation kind of limiter feels like it's at, and so you can't see a little bit past that point. All right, so
Okay.
Dahi, with an 18, you are going to hit. You deal a total of 16 points of bludgeoning damage, and that creature is dead.
Okay, that shot ricochets to the guy to his right, and I make a separate attack against him.
Okay, 22 hits. That deals 18 points of bludgeoning damage. The creature's dead.
Okay, I target the one to his left with another attack.
All right, 22 hits.
Okay,
And that deals 16 points of bludgeoning damage. The creature's dead.
that ricochets left.
All right, 17 is going to hit. That deals a total of 19 points of bludgeoning damage. That creature is dead.
Okay, I get an extra attack from my hunter feature because there was somebody within 5 feet, so I go north and attack that one with my third and final magic stone.
That's
Yes.
20. All right, that's 24 points of bludgeoning damage. The creature's dead.
Which ricochets north to a final last attack.
22 hits. Takes 18 points of bludgeoning damage. The creature's dead.
Pinball Wizard, and that is my turn. Thank you. Yep.
Ares, you're up next. As you see, as these creatures are hit with multiple slingshots ricocheting back and forth through their skulls and through their necks, just toppling down like dominoes. The line that they just formed, the arrows drawn, begin to topple down.
Yeah, well, fucking Tardan left me, so I'm gonna target the next biggest guy I see on the field here, and target that dude, this guy right here, and take a shot. Ooh, boy! Now, there's a creature behind him. I know it's a nat 1, so I'll let you make the choice. Creature behind him within 60 feet, I could re-roll for a curving shot on. Actually, you know what? No, I'll take the nat 1. I have another idea. I'll take the nat 1.
Okay, nothing bad happens. Just a bad miss as you're aiming. You're looking and you begin to zig it right. It just kind of flies off.
All right, so I will target the same guy again.
Okay.
No
Oh,
Oh,
way.
good lord.
Okay, again, just you're slipping in the mud and the muck and you're trying to get the angle down. Just flying through. Just cannot hit the targets.
All right, I will.
It's because Tartan turned the light off.
Man, no shit.
The light off. The light's
I will,
off. I can't see.
Hit the light switch.
I will. Man. Oh man, I will.
Your mistake was letting the dice gods know you had a plan.
Yeah, no shit. I will. I think I can bonus action hide. Correct.
You do not have. Are you talking about in terms of your abilities and features? You don't have a way to
Yeah.
use stealth as a bonus action right now.
Fudge. All right. I'm going to use my movement to move back to the wall and say, "Can anybody drop a ladder?" And I will end my turn.
Okay. All right. We now come to the command and are giving out their orders and instructions. The soldiers are beginning to fan outwards, moving in respective distances away from each other. Try to get as much room as possible. So I'll get their movement speeds here set for the north side. Okay. So the north side is moved here. So as they begin to separate themselves, the four of them, you can see that there are creatures that are moving into their range, and they are going to be making respective of 4 crossbows into that realm. So they're going to fire off 4 of these crossbows at the zombified creatures that are advancing upon them. Crossbows fly off, 3 of which strike true. That is going to be a total of 3d10 on the damage. Working together against one, they deal 16 points of damage, and then 1 solo for 4 on the advancing zombified creatures. The 5 that are closest to you, Dahi, as well as Ares, which is down below the wall, they are going to look at the soldier that is seeing their fallen friends right next to them, crushed by the tree, still kind of there with debris. It's why the template's there of that tree kind of hanging against the wall a little bit. Just taking them off and saying, hey, move over a little bit. Let us get over some space. And they now begin to fill a little bit of space as best as they can, some of which are rotating on the other side of the wall here and getting as much room as they physically can away from the commander. Okay, so they want to get away from the commander as much as possible. And then we have 2 isolated here on the south end. They're not going to be moving or separating themselves away. So, targeting close targets. That's what these soldiers are going to be doing. They're going to be firing off 8 crossbows in the direction of close targets to try to deal as much damage as they can with the crossbows at the zombified creatures. All of them are going to hit. Giving out damage. Points of damage dealt there. That one begins to rise. 3 damage here. 1 damage there. 10. 4 and 6 and 5. So pretty much every target here is going to hit in this volley of crossbows in the wall as they begin to separate themselves, catching themselves a little bit. Then the mangonels begin to fire off. Bottom mangonel is targeting one that's come into visible range here. Another serpentine-like symbol. They are firing the mangonel at them, targeting those that are beginning to advance upon. Landing the shot strikes true with the massive amounts of damage here. The creatures all are going to succumb to this amount of damage, being struck by. In addition, you notice that as the mangonel begins to fly, there is a little bit, what I dare say, of shimmer in the air. So as the mangonel is flying through the air, this shrapnel, the ammunition, right, all the rocks and stuff, cresting through, it's almost like they there's like a shimmer, as if something's like kind of moved in the air as the rocks crested, cascaded down. Okay. So as that mangonel, the south one has fired. Now come to the north side. North side begins to just target what they possibly can, not seeing any sort of potentials there that I've yet to push through. They're just going to target a series of creatures that had already advanced through. Targets them for hopefully death here. And does very successfully trying to kill the vast majority of them. Okay. So as we come to that, you now hear the clicking sounds of the creatures. Reinforcements have yet to arrive from that. Messengers still moving by the wall. You hear the voices of those messengers yelling up at the commander, telling that this seems to be the most focused position. Not that they are having contact by these types of creatures. It's just far less of them. And it seems that the wall is still holding. In the seconds of this battle, they're now running back to communicate to other potential regiments further north and further south. Okay? The tree being thrown comes crashing through the air, and as it comes crashing through the air, begins to be lobbed in the direction of the Mangonel on the south side. As it's vaulted and thrown, it crashes down into those soldiers. Those soldiers take the blow, and as such, they perish. The Mangonel is also hit and takes large amounts of damage as the tree crashes on and rolls over. But the Mangonel is still operational. Fortunately, only 2 soldiers currently positioned there. And they cannot operate the Mangonel by themselves. As the soldiers die, cripple out with horror and cries, you again hear more movement of some large creature in the shadows and the deep and intense fog. Clicking sounds continue to move as if something flies overhead. Movement of serpentine-like symbol begins to happen as the creature who was hit by the Mangonel shot continues to advance through an already created space, having no problems to move through. More zombies begin to come, now getting to the wall almost on the north side, and an arrow is fired off from a skeleton, missing as it zigs as they move closer to the wall as well on the north side. More zombies, particularly ones that were just hit by a Mangonel, serpentine-like symbol, begin to advance. Just moving into the darkness. Garden. Clicking sounds becoming more evident in your relevant position. As if they're very close to you, maybe 40 feet in the air, away from you. Cold does not necessarily impact. You can still see the frost of your breath. And you wonder if this creature can see you. The clicking sounds seem to be directional towards you. The undead don't recognize you. They continue to advance. The zombies move forward. They actually go between you, splitting the hair. One's to the left and one's to the right, prompting you have a reaction to use it. Wish.
Nope.
Shaking the head, no.
Hey, come on, we all knew Tar was
No.
gonna keep
Yeah.
hiding like a little
No.
biatch.
I need my
Skeletons.
invisibility.
Now, moving forward, they then are taking respective shots at Ares. First bow comes out. 22 hits you, Ares. Takes 6 points of piercing damage from the arrow shot. Second arrow comes out. 12 misses you. Lands into the stone rock of the wall. Advancing. Their serpentine-like symbol. Advancing. Another one as well. Then more begin to pour out of the fog into the light of the torch. 3 separate groupings begin to emerge. 2 of which backdrop of these lizard-like creatures, the shadows emerging, yipping and yapping on all fours. As we come to the conclusion of this round, the start of round 7, I have it paused here. We're going to go ahead and wrap up the session. So, this attack, not normal. These creatures are not what you face, Dahi, or what you observe. Some of them are. They are coordinated now, which is strange. They're moving together. They're actually strategizing. The mangonels and the crossbows being fired, the efforts of you all are dealing very strong blows against an advancing force. What lingers in the darkness and fog that's throwing trees at a great distance, crushing the wall and the soldiers. Now, a mangonel not operational, something that's been doing a significant amount of damage to these creatures. What's to say the other one won't go down too?
Something wicked this way comes.
Yeah. So, we're not going to hand out experience in this session because we are in the midst of combat. This is a Pinnacle Siege event. So I've had this event last a few sessions of time. I've changed it. I've made it slightly different in terms of trying to make it, I wouldn't say more quickly, but make it more a little bit like wave-like in certain things. So you all have done really well in terms of just kind of staying put and allowing the mangonels and the things to work as they've always done. And it seems that the creatures are just taking blow after blow after blow as they advance over this large open terrain. You're watching the stream. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Hopefully it was fun to watch us all, enjoy it. Who knows? But check us out next week, Fridays at 4:30, and see what happens. Ride or die. Will they ride? Will they die? I don't know.
Some of both.
You know, Tardan's going to do Tardan things, that's for sure.
Tardan's gonna be
Better believe it.
better believe. All right. So see y'all. Thank you so much. Bye.
Ah.
Later.
Gotcha.